Hello, gamers. Welcome back to the Stan League. There's the music. Yeah, unfortunately, I recently realized that second in command requires you to have graphics lib enabled, and I keep forgetting to turn it off afterwards. So then I'm like playing against some fighting threat in another save file, and I'm like, huh, why is my frame rate so bad? It's because I have all the default graphics lib settings, so everything's enabled, and I forgot to turn it off. But yeah, I guess I'll just have to fix that, maybe turn off some of the shaders. Or just remember to turn off graphics lib entirely. Yellow Hamers. Now that's clever. I wonder how difficult it'd be to do a carrier-only run. I think in the early game, a lot of the time they're fine. Like, if you grab drovers in the early game, they're actually pretty good. Because you can just equip them with, like, gorgons or harpoons, and throw on a bunch of interceptors. And since mostly you're dealing with, like, frigates and destroyers, that just works. Once you get to the late game, the one thing that really works with fighter spam is flash bombers, because, well, they're flash bombers. Although they might get nerfed. It sounds like Alex thinks they're a little overpowered. Although hopefully at the same time he might be buffing the carrier skills again. Maybe, just a little bit. We'll see. I made a suggestion that that might get through. Are we doing a League of Legends once again? No, we're doing a Legendary League. It's totally different. Completely different thing. Man, I've got to say, the Invictus, the campaign stats are god-awful, but it's also just really fun. It's a fun ship to pilot, and also it's a fun ship to just roleplay. Like, you're going up against demons, like, "Worry not, my flock. These unholy abominations are nothing but chaff before the strength of our faith and the certainty of our steel." And then you just blast them to death with your LiDAR array. You shoot them with a big cannon. It's like, hyperspace demons. I know what to do with these. Just shoot them with a big cannon. But we're not doing that right now. Right now we're doing the Persian League, which means I've got to remember to turn that onto auto fire. And I think I am going to do linked dragon fires, even though it's not... Maybe I'll split them into 2 groups, like that. So I fire 2 at a time. Because rapidly clicking through them over and over is kind of annoying. But if I have them in 2 groups that are linked together, then I think that'll do. Aye, that'll do, lass. That'll do. Invictus only run OSHA edition. No, I don't... That would be awful. That would be awful, because it does rely on its hull quite a bit. You're definitely going to lose people. I mean, strictly speaking, OSHA isn't about, like, 0... Like, if we take OSHA more literally, because the last run was quite literally, we're going to have 0 crew deaths. So you have to use all automated ships to achieve that. But if you take OSHA more literally as about safety regulations rather than the results, in that case you could do an Invictus run. You just have to be like, you're only allowed to use you have to use containment procedures, which doesn't exist because I'm using second in command. But you have to use containment procedures. All of your officers need damage control, and you've got to put bulkheads. No, not bulkheads. Blast doors on all your ships. Right? It's a violation. It's a violation of safety procedures to not have blast doors. Yes, it's time for Dragon Fire, Cleansing Fire. We will burn the heretics. Well, in this case, we're not the church, so I guess we're not burning heretics. We're just burning anyone foolish enough not to join the League. Having a safe workplace doesn't guarantee not dying at work. Exactly. The flip side, of course, is to, like, go maximum crew death, which could be funny. Although it would probably be annoying, because it'd be like after every battle you would run out of crew. But you could absolutely put, like, demonic hull mods onto your Invictus, so that it takes extra crew casualties. Oh no, better yet, you could take an Executor, you could shield shunt it, so you're not allowed to use shields, and then that already gets, like, the Executor already gets extra crew casualties thanks to special modifications and Energy Bolt Coherer. Both of those boost crew casualties. Then you staple on some demonic hull mods, and your crew casualty percentage is going to be up at like plus 300%. And then for good measure, just get converted Hangar Talons. Ever thought about adding Kazaron Navarchy? It would fit the current playthrough. It is save compatible. Is it save compatible? Well, maybe in the next one. Maybe in the next one. Kazaron Navarchy, you say? Yeah, I guess it just adds more ships, so I think it's save compatible. Well, I guess we'll do that in the next one. Probably not right now. Kamikaze crew-driven missiles, the crew must be used. Whew. I mean, using crew as a resource. From a player's perspective, that's not too expensive, but in universe, I wonder if they would be able to tolerate that. Because life is cheap, but at the same time, that doesn't, like, life is cheap from the commander's perspective. That's why he's sending them out in, like, waves of Talon attacks. But the Talon pilots are probably going into the cockpit believing that if they just fly good enough, they'll actually survive, you know, versus a missile that's piloted by a guy. Like, maybe you could have the Ludic Church, or the Ludic Path do that. Maybe, but even then I think it's a bit of a stretch. Hey, it's the gamer guy. Yes, it is, says the unborn potato. No, see, I think, listen, Michael, I think Talon pilots are under the delusion that if they just fly good enough and dodge the enemy attacks, then they'll come back alive. They won't, but I'm sure the pilots believe that. So I believe, yeah, we can hire some crew back. That's the nice thing about starting a colony. It's sure, it takes 1,000, but it kind of doesn't really, because there's always about 150 crew you can buy back immediately. Yeah, the Talon does technically have a chance to survive. It's not a good chance, but it is a chance. More Talons. You know what? The Persean League does actually get access to Talons, although right now I'm using the Gemini with a Wanzer. But we're going to start getting more midline ships now, and moving away from, well, these combat freighters and such. Yeah, TIE Fighter grind set. Yeah, 99% of TIE Fighter pilots quit before they get that target. 99% of TIE Fighter pilots quit before they kill the main character. Alright, you've just got to keep chasing that Millennium Falcon. You'll get him this time for sure. Beautiful. Production report. Yeah, we're not getting a whole lot. Honestly, I swear, there are a couple of, if we go to planets, we did find a couple of extensive ruins, right? I feel pretty confident in saying that compared to Beaufort, some of these will probably award us more items. And in fact, they might even be worth doing. Yeah. Because, like, one extensive ruins is probably like a 50-50 chance of giving you an item off of tech mining, at least in the first month. Whereas like Vast Ruins, you're guaranteed to get something, even if you get bad RNG. I think Extensive Ruins is probably around 50-50. So it might be worth going through these and mining them as well. Which is funny, because colony items aren't like the be-all, end-all of the game. But since they are rare, it does feel good to collect them. I will say that. Is it time for Sugmar? We might be building a Sugmar colony, yes. Sokon, Sugmar. The works. I could use a little more supplies, I guess. So we did, yes, we did already go into the Abyss and get the Gate Hauler. That is something we did. We've got our colonies all set up. Yeah, now we're at the point where we just want to really build up our fleet, I guess. Maybe do some bounties, level up a bit. Get missile spec. That'll feel good. Although I might want to... Yeah, I think... Okay, so Energy Weapon Mastery made sense when I was piloting a Sunder, but now that I'm piloting the Pegasus, I think I want Ordnance Expertise instead. I think I am going to spend a story point. And you can't undo that. Okay. But I don't need this. Right. So I think it's going to be something like... I think I'll get Ordnance Expertise first, and I'll get Gunnery Implants later. And then we'll get 2 more skills, so... Huh. Maybe we'll get Systems Expertise too. That'd be nuts. It's time to embrace the missile spam. Yeah, we're embracing. So I'm torn between Systems Expertise. 10% damage taken is pretty good, and it does mean you can spam Fast Missile Racks even more. Which isn't... Like, Fast Missile Racks already has enough charges that you don't need to spam it more, but it is funny that you could just press it like 6 times in a row. On the other hand, the more sensible option might be something like Gunnery Implants for more range, and Impact Mitigation for extra maneuverability. That would be the more sensible option. Because I do think I already have... I'll confirm this for now. If I'm not mistaken, no I don't. Okay. Because I am thinking about getting S-modded repair unit, and if I get impact mitigation as well, then I'll be able to actually do some pretty decent armor tanking. In addition to having, like, respectable shields. But I guess we'll have to see. I don't have the skill points yet, so it's just something to think about. For now, we want to buy more ships, which means we need more credits, which means it's time to kill people. "32 days, orange primary star." Well, if it was binary, it would say this one. So yeah, it's definitely Erebus. Baron. Let's tag that as important. And while we're there, we can also investigate those ruins, I guess. Don't need that anymore. There's the blueprints, Colony Crisis. I think I'm going to untag that as important. If I want to check it, I can always go here. And yeah, since the only thing that's... The only crisis left is the Syndrian one, which hasn't... not going to trigger for a while. The Pegasus is like a localized spam fleet in one ship. Yeah, that's... Yes. Insider Man, please tell us Alex will rework vanilla skill system in next patch. Not likely. I mean, the vanilla skill system is pretty good. I like it. And if you don't, you know, Second in Command is a pretty good mod. Time to be a legend once again, huh? Always has been. Finally, some good old murder. Yes. It's straight up murdering time. We're going to jail. Oh yeah, there's not really anything nearby. So one of the new, I guess with Slip Surge, one of the things that's nice is not only having a gate in the system, but if it's a gate system in like, maybe not a black hole, but like a giant star, because then you can like use the gate to go to the system, then transverse jump out, and then immediately use Slip Surge. So honestly, that makes black hole systems more like viable as a place to colonize. There's no way we can beat this, but I do think it's funny to try. Yeah, because normally black hole systems, like, even if they have good resources, like, all of the planets are cold and dark. So it's usually not worth doing. But the fact that the black hole is great for Slip Surge means that, like, having a colony there is that anytime you're leaving the colony, you don't just have to drive like like an average spacer. No, you just jump. You initiate warp 15. Ever tweak the minimum spawn distance for bounties? No, I haven't. Usually what I do is I tweak the last time I tweaked bounties, I just tweaked the payout, so that the minimum payout was higher. I'm not a big fan of having to choose between my personal combat effectiveness and fleet-wide buffs. Yeah, I know, that's a popular complaint. A lot of people have suggested changing that. But Alex really wants that to be a feature of the game, is that you have to choose between combat skills and fleet-wide skills. Hey, that's something people have been suggesting for years, and every time he's like, yeah, I understand, but I like it this way. It's still better than Terran and Eccentric in a neutron star. Well, at least that's technically habitable. Alright, let's go die. Words are irrelevant, only a recall order coded with the keys if you exchange with my attacking contact would suffice. Failing that, the contract stands. Yup. 280, yeah, 128%. Yeah, so I guess you can go capture that. Yeah, no, this is not going anywhere because I don't know, this would be rough even if I was piloting like an Onslaught or a Paragon, but the fact that the Pegasus with the Dragonfires that they can just dodge by phasing, that doesn't feel too good. Although I guess the Sunder's high intensity laser is pretty good against them, and 6 eye rolls, not the worst thing ever. Yes, this is the Tritac Assassins. Now, luckily, even though they're chasing after us in the middle of hyperspace, popping out of nowhere, we can just outrun them after I die and reload the save. Which is what's going to happen, because we're screwed. But we're going to show up. We're going to try. We got to try, right? If we're not on iron mode, we might as well try. Even if it's a bad idea. Why are the auto lances not on auto fire? My god. Gotta do everything manually. I gotta remember to change that when this is over. Wait, can I just run this thing down? That would be funny. None of my missiles are gonna get through? Wait. If I could just run this thing down, that'll be really funny. No way. Is the Doom... Oh my god. What was I scared of? The Doom doesn't stand a chance. Look at him. And I think because my fleet is so small, they didn't send all of their ships out. Which means we actually have a chance. Of course, the Harbinger decided to just completely disable my everything. So maybe we don't have a chance. But yeah, you can see after the Doom died, now they're deploying more ships. Huh. I guess with the speed boost from full throttle, we can actually chase these guys. And then the IR auto lances can actually, with 6 of them, we can actually do damage. That's interesting. Maybe if I swapped Man, maybe if I swap some of these kinetics for, like, high explosive damage, we'd actually be able to do this. Oh, there's a Doom. Are we? No, the Centurion's still alive. Look at it go. It actually killed... Look, the Centurion, it killed the... in a 1v2 against a Shade and an Afflictor, it killed the Shade. And now it's going to the Afflictor. Because Safety of Right Centurion is actually good. Although, to be fair, even without Safety of Rights, it's good. But just giving it Safety of Rights lets it do damage. Without it, it's kind of a more of a defensive ship. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, I really need to chase down this Doom. Oh no, there's a second Doom! Oh, it's so over now. Now it's over. I don't think I can beat two at a time. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Oh no. Wow. That's about what I expected. Well, this time I'm just going to keep running. Bye. A second Doom has hit the fleet. Oh, 07 indeed. Bounties, eh? What are we looking at? Nothing nearby. That's big money. I do like that. Oh, right, yeah. Because if you have commerce, you can get bounties on your own systems. Yeah, so I guess we might be able to do that one. Especially if we buy some more ships before we head over there. We're looking for a barren world here. Will that fleet just chase you forever now? Yeah, I think that's how it works. It's going to pop up again in the future. But as long as we're careful, we can just keep outrunning it until we get more ships. And then we can kill it. Or we can bait, or better yet, we can bait it into fighting a bunch of other guys. Like, I don't know, go to the... Like, we could just sit at Kazaron and bait them into fighting the Kazaron core fleet. Strike craft, you say? They don't even have that much. Right. No, I think I want to change the weapon setup. Wait, why do I have 17? Shouldn't it be 15? Oh, right. There's the mass bombardment gives you 40% ammo, so that's +2. That's right. Give me your credits. Ah, yes. Nothing quite beats the instant striking power of beam weapons. You know, I guess I'll just go after the carriers. It's not like they're going to stop me. Yep, Dragon Fires take care of that. Oh, you survived, actually. I guess that's a Mora. So it does survive things. Full throttle. And let's get you up this way. So we can go kill all of them. Yeah, I think we're going to take this money and we're going to go straight to, like, Kazaron. Buy some ships, and hopefully bait that Tritakian fleet into fighting some of the Kazaron Navy. Cleansing fire. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's get that. There we go. Auto Lance the Omen. Let's see, we're mostly going to ignore the monitor. Toggling weapon groups is kind of annoying. Maybe I'll just link the 4 of them, and that'll waste ammo sometimes, but whatever. I don't mind. Oh, wait, come on. Go ahead, drop your shields. Do it. Do it. Drop your shields. I dare you. There we go. You guys like that? Flames of the Dragon? Yeah, conserving ammo is for... Conserving ammo is for challenging fights, but we're not going to have any challenging fights, so we don't need to do that. You deal with that, I guess. Yeah, looks like these guys haven't given up yet. Now they've given up. Yeah, I think the machine guns are going to be enough to break through the monitor shields. Okay. Yeah, he can't teleport now, because if he does, he's going to get hit with the auto lance. Yeah. Because there's a brief window where they drop their shields, the auto lances will finish him off. And that gets all of them. Money. You should drop your shields now. Based. Alright, let's head over to Kazaron. More like Chadzaron, because Persian League is for Chads only. Do you think a Cobra carrying a single Dragonfire DEM would be OP? Oh, whoops, wrong button. No, can I cancel that? Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, yeah. If it was the same ordnance point cost, yeah. I mean, even if you increase the ordnance point cost, it's still probably... Because you got to... Like, a Reaper is worth 2 ordnance points, and a Dragonfire is worth 5. And that's mounted on a ship where it's got limited ammo. If you have unlimited ammo... yeah. Yeah, it would be overpowered. I mean, even if you made it cost like 25 ordnance points, it'd be annoying. It'd be very limiting in the mount. But at the same time, can you imagine just taking a Heron and loading up with triple Dragonfire Cobras? With the 50% damage boost, they just launch them. They have a tracking, so they're pretty good at actually hitting their target. They're a lot harder to shoot down. Yeah, that would kill it. Like, even if it was like 25 ordnance points, I'd mount triple. I'd mount 3 of them. If it was 90 ordnance points, I'd still probably mount 3 of them on a Heron. Name the Pegasus Trogdor. Thank you for your tier list video. Already installed a mod for my first playthrough. It's really helpful. Well, you're welcome. Glad it was helpful. Trogdor, you say? Sure. We're just straight up a door in this Trog. Trogdor in this economy? Maybe I can afford a flak on the rear end. I don't know. Huh. That might be one way of doing it. Or like a heavy machine gun, possibly. So I can ignore frigates and just let them hit me in the engines. Get impact mitigation in a repair unit and just kind of armor tank it. Burninating the kingdoms. Yeah, we're probably going to burninate some people. Yeah, I think I do like the idea of armor tanking with this thing. Instead of getting extended shields. Yeah. Okay, I think we're going to do that. Vulcan? No, I think we're going to go with the heavy machine gun so that, like, if there's some, like, cheap frigates behind us, this can also shoot at those. Right, like this, like, against frigate tier shields, like, this will, like, rip right through them, and then the burst lasers can do, like, armor damage. Shield shunted Pegasus. No, we're not actually doing that. No. Very bad. Not good. But we are going to get a conquest. Hey, that's the ship in the thumbnail. Don't have money. Right. I ain't got cash, and I ain't got money. What little money I do have, I'm going to have to spend on new... Dragonfire Torpedo Pod? Probably not. I guess the Persian League gets burst lasers, eh? Sure. I'll do that. How many of these do I own? I mean, I do own a few of those. What else do I want? I guess heavy maulers? Because the person that gets heavy maulers, but they don't get hypervelocity drivers. Although, maybe I'll end up putting a Devastator here anyways. Well, regardless, we're going to max out vents. Let's see. Missile racks. The usual suspects. I think if we go with Gorgons and like Hydras, we won't really need EZCM on this thing. And with like, and they also have really good ammo, which combined with the mass bombardment perk is going to be very funny. Actually, I think mass bombardment gives them extra maneuverability anyways, so they, like ECCM is kind of redundant. Probably want extended shields for my Conqueror. That's right, and you are most of the way there. Either helmsmanship or gunnery implants. You know what? As much as I do like the idea of range stacking with you know, iron sight and focus fire and all that, but it probably already outranges everything by a mile. So getting more speed so it can kite better is probably a good idea. Damn. I would like to move that over to missiles, but we'll have to do that for now. Because if we go to XOs, 30% rate of fire, 40% ammo, 40% ammo regeneration. Okay, no, that just affects... That doesn't affect missile maneuverability. I think that's a different... Oh, that's this one. Surefire impact. Yeah, 30% missile maneuverability, missile hit points, missile speed, missile damage, and then you combine surefire impact with mass bombardment. It just completely overwhelmed the enemy with saturated ordnance. Good morning, gamers. Good morning, the Solization. Concord. Yes, the Conquinor. Would you agree that not having a shield is such a downside that building in shield shunt shouldn't cost anything? I think for most ships that's true. Like, if shield shunt costed 0, I don't know if I would Even with the extra armor, on most ships it's a downside. I don't know how I feel about that, because I do... I'll tell you, it's a definite maybe. Like, if that happened, I wouldn't be, like, complaining about it. Also not counting towards S-mods. Well, if they were going to design it like that, then there's no point in making it an S-mod in the first place. Just give it 30% armor up front and make it cost 0, with no S-mod bonus. Or just, like, just not allow you to S-mod it. Again, I asked Shield Shot the Conquest. No! We're getting extended shields. We're so opposite of Shield Shot that we're actually getting more shields. Can I drop these now? What would happen if I mothball these? Yeah, we've still got... Okay, we're good. So, time to scrap them. Strap them and scrap them. You have combat endurance. I'm going to fire you. Same for you. Okay. So I do have to go home to, like, actually grab my weapons to load this thing up. And yes, it already has cautious personality, which is perfect. If it did cost 0, though, I feel it would be a no-brainer on a lot of early game ships. Which ones? Because a lot of the ships that, like, that have bad... it's like Hound and Cerberus already don't have shield. Like, you can't put shield shunt on a ship that doesn't have shields in the first place. So I'm not sure which ones you would put it on. Maybe the Enforcer? Maybe you should listen to your primary shareholder? I do see your point hit with bricks. But then we just start to become like... Doesn't it start to become lobbying at that point? If you can just buy out the streamer? Because definitely, even though the shield shunt is super inefficient, even though shield is super inefficient on the Conquest, shield shunt still hurts its survivability. No doubt about it. Yes, listen to Hit with Bricks, I am your league supplier after all. It's like... You know what? To be fair, let's think about this, right? We're playing as the Persian League, right? And what does the Persian League value? Principles or money? The answer is obviously money. So if we're playing in character for the Persian League, we should abandon our principles for money. Not only is it acceptable, you're morally obligated to. That's just the way the league works. Don't you guys want to join the league? It's super based. You don't have to care about, about public outrage or, keeping the voters happy or whatever. No. None of that is necessary. Just do what you're gonna do. It's all about that grind. Reynard Hanan knows. In fact, I even heard rumors he spends a lot of time on Grindr. That's how much he's dedicated to the grind. Perfect, the check's in the mail. Well, thank you for your recruitment strategy, one cooler guy. Bribery is a league tradition. Exactly. It's called the Persian League, not the Principal League. You got it. You absolutely got it. Ooh, that's actually I like that bounty. Hold on. Bounty. Yeah, and there it is. Thank you, one cooler guy, for supporting the league. Don't worry, you guys. As soon as we get our hands on some talons, we'll be shoving you right in. This is the way the league operates, and if you don't like it, well, I guess you're just... You're lost, and you need guidance. Yeah, I think I need to go home to get that. Yeah, I don't think these D-mods actually matter. I think you're fine. Huh. Yeah, so I'm going to go home and outfit this. Okay. Is this the rumored Kazaron Polity Fund? Yeah, because there is a league membership. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe one cooler guy was Reynard Hanan all along. All actions have been made above board. Indeed. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe he's just Reynard Hanan. Oh, you know what? Heavy armor. Right. That's the one I'm missing. There we go. Isn't that beautiful? And then we could, like, S-mod the repair unit. I might do that. We'll see. S-mod the shield shunt. How much extra armor? Yeah, so it gets over 2,000 armor. S-mod the repair unit so it can actually function. Probably going to have to invest a lot in those burst lasers, though. We will see. As a matter of fact, I don't need that. Auxiliary thrusters, that's overkill. Because it's already got impact mitigation, and we're going to get helmsmanship. Easy dodge. Classic. Oh, right, there's a gate. Right. There's a gate in this system, so I can use that. Unlike those Tritachia nerds, our home system actually has a gate. Imagine having to leave your faction's home system just to access a gate. This thing would be so beautiful if it was a 14 conquest. I mean, yeah, that is like a modded ship that people have, but doesn't really make sense, does it? I don't think the 14th battle group ever had conquests. Honestly, anyone claiming any sort of corruption in regards to the outfitting of our newest conquest battlecruiser is clearly a hegemony saboteur. The words of Reynard Hanan himself. Why? Oh, right. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it's within faction, so even with 53% accessibility, it's fine. Piracy respite. Contest protection. Shipping disruption. Why couldn't they disrupt the recreational drugs or something? Riddle me this. Why couldn't they disrupt something else? Why did it have to be the organics? Because the annoying thing about organics is that if it falls below the maximum value, that by itself instantly cuts the growth bonus in half. And then it also, on top of that, loses a percentage based off of what, like how much of the organics are missing. Right, so we've gone, so just instantly by losing 2 organics, we've gone from 100% of its effect down to 40%. That's a 60% loss just from that one shipment. Yucky. Well, regardless, even with that, it's still at 11%. Not bad. And you know what? Maybe I should actually stockpile some organics over there, and then just tell it to use stockpiles during shortage, just to guarantee that it's always working. That might be worth doing. Drop that off. Drop all that off. Beautiful. Get 500, I guess. I don't really need these marines anymore since I've done Tritachyon. Tritachyon is over, party. Okay. Mjolnirs. Hyderis. Do I not have Hydras? What? War? I haven't found any Hydras so far. Damn. I guess we'll use some Scalartech technology because it's funny. Okay, maybe have to drop this. You know, we might even have too much dissipation at this point. Because we have all this flux. Oh my, wow, even with 0 vents, it's only up by 200. And we have 20,000 capacity with no shields, so yeah. I don't think we need any vents. Crazy. Unfathomable. Oh, you know what? We do have a resonator. Gorgon. Straight up Gorgolin. Let's get more burst lasers. Let's fill all the small slots with burst lasers. Like so. Okay. Too much dissipation, my steak too juicy, my grass too green. Yeah, it's not a statement that should ever be uttered by a Star Sector player. Too much dissipation? Impossible. And yet, here we are. Do the John Star Sector thing and make a frontal conquest. A front quest. Well, the problem with that is I'm not piloting it myself. If I was, then I would. But I'm not, so I won't. Le Persian League dislikes lay resonators. Well, if you say so, almighty push. Yeah, I think we're gonna commit. We're S-modding shield shunt. We're getting 2,000 armor. Should I S-mod heavy armor? Because if I get helmsmanship as well, no, because I might respec impact mitigation over to missile spec. The thing is, I do want more ordnance points to fill out the right side. Guess for now we'll drop that. No, I do think you want to keep the... It tries to put them in the same group, but I think you want them separate. I think the AI works better if they're separate. That's my experience with that. Yeah, there's our flux dissipation. That's what I like to see. Maybe let's go Gamma Cores. Let's see how it does. A cautious officer with a shield shunt. Is mobility important with the conquest system anyway? Yeah, it still kind of is, because it does have... like, the system's not always active. Oh my god. Right, because it does have full throttle, so right now it gets the zero flux boost even when it starts shooting, which is a little crazy. I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. I only have the one Dragonfire. That's so lame. Oh. Yeah, I think I've got to go heavy armor just for more ordnance points so that I can actually complete the meme. It's not a meme build, it's a dream build. Yeah, that's another 120 armor. Nine, huh? Oh, you know what? Auto Lance. I don't have another Auto Lance. Guess I should have bought one. Guess I'll do a Graviton for now. Okay, we'll do it like this. I mean, look at that. Burst lasers in all these slots. They've got the double Mjolnir, Heavy Mauler, Gorgons. It's symmetrical. S-modded shield shunt. Repair unit. We've got missile racks. I think this is going to be... it's going to be something. I don't know what it is, but it is going to be something, that's for sure. Let's throw it up against a bunch of enemies, see how it does. Unsloused. Onsloest? The Conquest. This Conquest has what's known as Onslaught Envy. It really wishes it was an Onslaught, but it isn't. But by God, it's going to try anyways. New meta just dropped. Please don't try to make this meta. Soon there will be rumors throughout the core worlds of a certain Stan League and his horrible beast. His beast of antimatter and steel. What the hell even is this thing? How can it be wrong when it feels so right? Or perhaps the Beast Unleashed. That seems appropriate. Stream Dead, is it? Tokyo, it's a drifter? No, it doesn't look like we're having any technical issues. Never mind. Yeah, we're just going to get more of these, I guess. We'll probably run 2 of these things. But I guess we're going to have to go get some money, and then we'll be able to buy some proper Persian weaponry. Now, Scalartech is cool and all, but they'll never be as cool as the Persian League. Scalartech works in the latest version. You just have to change the... It is compatible with the latest version. You just have to go into the files and change the version number from 0.97 to 0.98. Could Shield Shunt Conquest? You know what? Shield Shunt Conquest might actually work better in that format. Because, yeah, in that kind of brawl format, it might actually be better. Right, if you just ask-mod a repair unit and give it Shield Shunt. That... I can almost imagine that working. At the very least, it would be fun. Even if it doesn't work, it would be a very memorable fleet. So somebody should definitely do that. Alpha Sergana. Alpha Sergana, these nuts. The Conquest. Conquest Mark 1, you say? You almost killed me. Safety override Conquest. That would be the worst thing ever. Go, go, Gadget Shunt Quest. Show them your true power. You are the worst ship ever. This thing is definitely going to get itself blown up. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it will. And when it does, it's going to be expensive to restore. Yes, okay, let's get you over here. Yeah, it's crazy because with the full throttle skill means that, and it has no shields, right? So it's not going to build up flux from blocking. So the only way it builds up flux is from its weapons, but the flux buildup is slow enough that it's going to stay under 10% most of the time, and it's going to have full throttle active. So this is definitely going to look a lot better, because like right now it's got the 0 flux boost, so it's going to look a lot better than it would in vanilla. I will say that. Not only that, but I believe I have the skill that increases, gives a flat bonus to armor calculations, so the hull is a lot tankier as well. Executor, meet your maker. And people think the Executor is an upgrade to the Pegasus. Can you believe that? Unbelievable. Yeah, your Executor might be cool, but can it do this? Lol. Lamau even. It looks like it still favors the left side, even though that side got its armor stripped off, which is interesting. Maybe it's because the other side has a graviton? I don't know. Or maybe the AI just automatically favors the left side. Just in general. I don't really know. Watch out for my Dragon Blast. It's my killing move. Oh, wait. Hold on. I think if I manually control the auto lances to hit the exposed armor, the exposed hull. Not quite. Okay. You think you're safe behind your shield, Eagle Pilot? A foolish mistake. Yeah, I think this is what they mean when they say battle crew. When they say cruiser doctrine, I think this is what they mean. Right, you have your destroyers and your frigates are just meant to act as escorts, and you just drive in there and fire a bunch of missiles at the guys. Unless it's an Eagle, then you just fire regular guns. But yeah, you speed them and greet them. Cruiser doctrine has evolved into its final form. Unleash the full might of the Kazaron Navarchy. Imaginary technique, Dragon's Fire. Alright, this isn't Baki, okay? Although that would be funny. Cleansing Fire. Have we won? We did win. They're retreating. See if we can... Is there anybody? No, there's just like... Yeah, there's nobody. Get him. Stop him from running away. Yeah. Super Cruiser Doctrine. Have one really important cruiser in the rest of your fleet act as goons for it. That's kind of what it's like playing Scalartech, to be honest. If you get the Gown class, like Super Capital, it has a Super Cruise mode, so you can kind of drift around the battlefield in your big ass ship, and everybody else is just there to support you. Beautiful. Now this is pod racing. Dwarf, white dwarf, orange. Yes, it's that one. Okay. So you're here with a Baron Bombarded. You are also in the same system. Okay. One's around Baron Bombarded, one's around Gas Giant, but in the same place. Main character doctrine. Yes. My combat doctrine is that I'm the most important guy. Out of all the guys, I am the best one. That's my strategy. Okay, so one of them is right here at this gas giant. Repairs? We don't need to wait for... Oh, this thing is really low on CR, huh? I guess I must have got storm damage for that. Well, that's fine. Who needs them anyways? Yeah, right on top of them. Of course. I don't think the Conquest even really needs an escort, since it's symmetrical and all. Burst lasers in all directions. Imagine Talons with a single Reaper. Don't give me ideas, because that's... Changing the weapon is actually not too hard. I could easily make like a meme mod where Talons have Reapers. You know what? Not only Reapers, make them reloading Reapers for good measure. Be gone from my sight. Yeah, it gets a lot of lightweight ships. Just the sheer power of the 6 Autolances is enough to burn through armor. I don't even need to use the Dragonfires. That's pretty interesting. That is very interesting. Might keep that in mind. Make Talon's Fire Reapers, yeah. That would be one hell of a meme. And just leave them at 2 ordnance points, dude. Don't even, like, nerf them or anything. Although, to be fair, maybe just make all the fighters really overpowered. Give them ridiculous abilities. Like, I could give some of them, like... I could give them like EMP emitters and stuff, because you can give fighters the same systems that ships have. Just slap like EMP emitter onto like broadswords. Why not? You just clicked in time to see the Dragonfires? Yes. We've also got a shield-shunted conquest, because that's what, you know, through the power of democracy, or I guess in this case a managed democracy, that's just what the people want. Give Flash his face. Oh my. Flash bombers with face skimmer, huh? Don't tell anything about the small stuttering. He'll put us back to 720p. I might. If there's stuttering, I will do that. You're going back to the 720p dimension. Although, I think first I would try reducing the frame rate even further, because right now it's at 30. If I reduce it to 24, it'll probably still be okay. And if there's only a small amount of stuttering, that might be enough to fix it. Give fighters with chrono... Oh yeah, you could give like... You could give Sparks temporal shell. Just imagine. I mean, I already have that, but it's a good drop, or it would be if it was earlier in the game. Wait, did my flagship even use combat readiness? It's supposed to use 12%, but we're basically immediately repaired. Interesting. So far, we only had one instance of stream lag. Okay. Yeah, if there's only been one bit where it started stuttering, then I think if I just drop the frame rate to 24, which is, you know, cinematic quality, movie frame rate, then... You know, it's a 20% reduction in frames, so that should be enough. And I think that is worth it to get 1080p. What build do I put on my Tempest? You know what's really good on the Tempest? And in fact, on a lot of high-tech ships right now, after the Phase Lance buff, I think it's... Like, on a lot of... like, basically any ship that wants to use its medium energies to attack, but has limited flux, you basically just go Phase Lance. Right? Tempest with double Phase Lance and advanced optics, that's pretty good, right? Because especially if you combine it with the termination sequence, the burst damage on that is fantastic. And then you could throw in sabos in, like, the small missile slot with an S-mod missile autoloader. So it just drives up to the enemy, hits him with a sabo, fires both Phase Lances, overloads them with the termination sequence, and then hits them again, and then while they're overloaded, he'll hit them with another Phase Lance. That's the way that it usually works. And compared to other builds, I think that just works way better for the Tempest. I don't, like, right now I think that there's just not really any other builds that can compare to that. Plays on 60 FPS, live streams at 24. You're goddamn right. Just the way God intended. 12 frames for that unique indie hand-drawn animation quality. And that is kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, because I've been trying to make other things work, but it's like either you go safety overrides with the heavy blaster, but if you're not going safety overrides, it's like 2 phase lengths. It's like, I mean, like, the Tempest is like the quintessential hit-and-run frigate because it's the fastest ship in the game. And so for that purpose, like, burst damage from, it's like burst damage from, like, what, like, either ion pulsers or phase lances tend to favor that. But with phase lances, you can afford to run 2 of them and get advanced optics for extra range. It's kind of hard, it's just really hard to beat that right now. Although, if you've got mods, there's probably other weapons that could compete with it. Be gone. Your canister flak won't save you from my tachyon blast. Well, no, it's not tachyons. It's I believe it's antimatter catalyzed warheads or something. Not that the enemy knows the difference. This almost looks. This is definitely weird. I mean, the shield, like, first of all, the shield shunted onslaught, driving up with like S-Mod, because the onslaught just looks like it's on speed up, you know, because it's because of full throttle, it gets the zero flux boost even when it's shooting, and there's another skill that gives it increased projectile speed, and between those 2 effects, it looks like it's on like times 1.5 speed, like I'm watching footage of the game, except that I'm not. I'm actually playing, and it just is that way. Yes, Biden Blast. That's probably what I should start going for. Watch out for my Biden Blast. It's a kite. I think we're just going to let him go. And then pursue. Save us a little time. New variant? Cool. Maybe. We might want you. We might not. Up to 8 story points. Yeah, these guys are all maxed out. So I'm just waiting to level up. Oh, now my officers can actually hit level 6. Nice. Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting that overwhelming force is a thing. But this is probably part of what's making things so crazy. Because especially if the enemy throws a lot of low-quality chaff at you, then every time you destroy one, it's like, here's some extra speed and dissipation. Oh, no, is it just dissipation? Okay, yeah, I think it's just dissipation, not speed. If you combine it with this... These 2 combined is 40% hard flux dissipation. Ooh. That's scary. It's almost flux shunt here. You got a Pegasus Paragon, a Conquest Onslaught, and a Centurion Omen. That's right. You even called it Onslaught by accident. I blame chat, that's not my fault. In the future, would you try Kazarl Navarchy? I think... So apparently that's safe to add to existing save files. So next week when I pick this run up again. I think I'll just add it to this save file. Overwhelming force might be a threat, same for threat fights. Yeah, because with threat, the whole gimmick is that you have to is that they. Well, I guess it's kind of the same thing for remnants. The difference is that with remnants, they just have a lot of ships in reserve. But like both of them are kind of like the same thing, where they're spawning in lots of ships. Although I guess with threat, the difference is that because they're spawning in directly into the battlefield, they're lower quality, so it's very easy to just score kill after kill. But yeah, that's going to be. Overwhelming force is going to be pretty crazy against threat, that's for sure. We'll just run right over them. Gate. Gate. Yeah, I think I'll go get that blueprint. Might as well get, chuck that up, check that off the list. While I'm at it, I should probably start checking bars in case I can find the planetary shield quest line. They don't even know what's about to hit them. Go gadget onslaught in the shape of a conquest. Domain expansion, unlimited flux. Although you know what? Normally cautious officer is the way to go on the onslaught, but with this thing, might just have the brute force that I could go aggressive and it would still kill everything. Because look how it's keeping its distance. That's a cautious officer. But it's such with this build, we might have to go aggressive. Although maybe I can force it to get closer if I start linking the weapon groups. We'll see. Domain expansion, God can't help you. Alright, I'll take that. Yes, sir. Look at that! We got ourselves a fine fullerene spool, a nanoforge, synchrotron core, another biofactory embryo. We're in a good spot. Yeah, you leveled up. See, there's gunner implants. But it's like, do I want that? You know what? I don't think we need helmsmanship for a couple of reasons. Number one, we have full throttle for extra top speed. And number two, we have reserve thrusters to get extra maneuverability anyways. So I don't think it actually needs that. Right, instead, right, we could, polarized armor kind of not good. Unfortunately. Maybe even the point defense skill, to be honest. What do you want to add next to the fleet? Falcons and Eagles? I think I'm going to get a second conquest, and then we'll start looking at cruisers. I've done Eagles before, so I'll probably look at, like... Maybe I'll just... You know what? Maybe I'll just go Griffins. Like, why not? Like, we've got Surefire Impact and Mass Bombardment. So we could just go Griffins and fill the space, full Macross missile barrage. Damage control. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to go for point defense, because we do have all these burst lasers. So it's either that or gunnery implants, because it's 10%, 10%. I think those combined with... That's 30%. And this is up to another 12. So you can get up to like 120% range. Just about. Which I think... Yeah, let's go gunnery implants. Let's stack that range to the heavens. And I think we can force the Conquest to be more aggressive if I fit the burst lasers in like this. Let's go get that blueprint. Alpha Aegea. Do we know where there's any red beacons? There is. We might pop in here and just start, like, killing some stuff. After we do this. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Here we go. Let's have a little fun with it. I don't think we even need to deploy the little guys. We can just drive at the enemy and kill them. Two shield conquests? Yeah, that's the direction I'm looking at. That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, and I think I'll change these missiles to Hydras, which will save a bunch of ordnance points. And then I could get, like, expanded magazines and point defense AI to make the point defense even better. Oh, look at all of these little guys. Sorry, you came to the wrong neighborhood, my friend. Your armor can hold up for a little bit, but it won't hold up for long. Look at that insane range. It's still firing. Yeah, I think it worked. I think linking the burst lasers to the Mjolnir is just making the cautious AI get closer, so I don't have to retrain the personality. Hey, get back here. What are you scared of? Aren't you here to fight in Lud's name? Surely they don't let cowards into paradise. I cannot believe YouTube hid your stream for me for 2 whole hours. Damn, YouTube. That is not good. Well, regardless, I do so what I'm doing now is, and this might help, is I'm scheduling the stream, like, you know, several days ahead of time. So, it should be visible on the channel. Although it would be nice if YouTube would just do its job and send notifications, but, you know, I don't get to decide that sort of thing. Man, that wasn't even a 90% bonus XP, not even close to being a challenge. Stan League is just too strong. Also, yeah, I've been appreciating the scheduling well. I'm glad it's working for some people. Okay, so it should be in here somewhere. Cobra Blueprint. Oh, so, right, of course. Somewhere. Yeah. Quite literally, it's just somewhere. Not in the outer reaches, not in the inner reaches. Somewhere. And I don't even have the neutrino detector. Which for all its... oh, there it is. Cobra. Now, don't bully the multi-billion-dollar company. You're right. We shouldn't be mean to the billion-dollar company. It might hurt their feelings. Intercepting my fleet. Are you sure about that? Yeah, don't think so. Wait, is Stan Lee a play on Stan Lee? Maybe. I mean, Stan Lee used to be a... he used to do comic books or something before he was a spacer. But then he saw Persian League propaganda one time and instantly became convinced that the League is the best. He's like, oh my god, it's Destiny. My name is League. And now he joined the Persian League and is colonizing new worlds for them. His name is Stan League because he stands the League. Hostile, that's just what I like to hear. Subordo? Yeah. It better be. If the proper order's this week, then that'd be too easy. Does Stan Lee make fan comics about the League? I bet he still does. Whenever he's not busy commanding his troops and his ships, he spends his free time making comic books about how awesome the League is. I want to actually sit forward so that my shields are protecting the dragon fires. Damn. They do have good point defense now, so it's not as simple as that. And this is where the machine gun comes in handy. And the repair unit should get my engines back online. And now they've got the Paladin Brilliance. Now let's just get close enough that the Dragon Fires are shielded. There we go. That is the way you do it. Alpha Core. Excellent. Well, I would like a chance to repair, so I think I'll pop out. And we'll transverse jump back in and look for some loot. Is your conquest symmetrical? I mean, it's basically symmetrical. There we go. Finally. Second auto lance. Now it's perfectly symmetrical. It's a shield-shunted onslaught with symmetrical weapons. The way Ludd intended. How long is that going to take? Oh, we're waiting for this thing to recover. Well, that doesn't matter. Ooh. You. So systems expertise is good on the Centurion because it boosts the damper field. But target analysis makes it better at harassing the enemy. Is this conquest a meme build or serious? Yes. It's gotta be target analysis, right? And then when we get our third S model, make that elite. Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Hegemony, I have already drawn a comic where you are cringe and I am based. What are you going to do about that, Mr. AI Inspector? Bike all down, you say? Well, why don't you bike all down out of here? Let's see if this meme build can handle this. I mean, with the buffs from second in command, this might be viable. Oh, it's actually maxing out on flux. Oh, but then it got the it scored a kill, so that's 40% dissipation for a few seconds. We're just letting it continuously fire. Yeah. This isn't just a meme. It's a dream. The sheer power of second in command. What ship do you think would benefit the most from having accelerated ammo feeder? Probably the Onslaught. I mean, it would have trouble actually reaching the enemy without burn drive, but I mean, just the fact that it cuts flux costs in half, even setting aside the rate of fire, just the flux cost getting cut in half is a big deal. I do want to survey that Terran world. There's also a gate. I mean, yeah, you can fight me by yourself if you want to. I don't think that's a good idea, though. Grendel? I mean, the Grendel already has it. You know, I think I want a Centurion to help. I'm not the Conquest. I can't attack in every direction at once. Oh, there's even a carrier, yeah. Those sparks might intercept my missiles. Yeah, very few actually got through. That's annoying. Yeah, with the buffs to point defense, this Pegasus build might not actually be all that hot compared to the Conquest, which just demolishes them with sheer ordnance. Be gone from my sight. Gate. Uh-huh. Okay. If I can set up a... Wait, do I have transplutonics? No. But if I could set up a nav buoy, this would be a lot easier. Mining. Very good. I do have money now. Let's get that way station going. And a patrol HQ. Yeah, I think we can just run around these guys. This one I think we're going to kill. This might be tough, though. Might have to save scum, because I want to scan this and then get out of here. 152%? Ah, sure. It'll be fine, right? Right. It'll be totally fine. I can't possibly see how this would go wrong. Good night? Oh, good night, Potsky. I have to leave. Oh, no, it's Stochastic Turtle. Hold on. Maybe I should read more than one message before saying anything. Later, Stochastic Turtle. Wait, holy, the stream is 1080p. Yes. I have figured out that, you know, science is impressive, you know, the way that technology advances. And by technology, I mean just changing the settings. I've managed to figure out how to make 1080p not lag. They don't have any amazing skills? Yeah. But they do have Paladin. And that thing can shoot down my Dragonfires even with, like, mass bombardment. They just ain't tough enough. Full throttle. Come on, Remnant, you're supposed to be fearless. Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running? Yeah, please kill that. Yeah, please kill that. Yep. Are you done? There you go. So I didn't want to untab because then I'd lose the command point. Are you going to start buying more ships? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to buy another Conquest. And then I'm going to buy Griffins. And then we're just going to spam missiles. Our shields shunted. Our missiles spammed. No, our shields shunted. Our missiles dragons. Our enemies cleansed. Bro, can you... Are you really taking that long to kill some frigates? Please. Yeah, they've got like 2 paladins out there. Even with bonus HP, these Dragonfires are just not hitting anything. Which is lame. Like, come on. These are Dragonfires with like bonus HP from mods, and they're not getting through anything. I need more ships. Yeah, no. This is not happening. This is not happening. Oh, I don't think I can... I could spend a story point to try and run. I guess. They don't have any bonus to point defense, do they? No. Yeah. Just a bad dream, indeed. Okay, yeah, if I stun them with that, then I can do the survey. Yeah, it's alright. It's pretty good. High quality. Nothing exciting about it, but nothing to complain about either. Okay. Are you serious? No. No. I'm not spending a second story point to dodge the same fleet 2 seconds after I just did that. They shouldn't be able to recover instantly. Come on. Am I really stuck doing this? Well, there's no... Burst laser. Yeah, Paladin, Paladin, Paladin. Yeah, I don't think we're fighting these. No, it's not happening. I need more guys to overwhelm them with pure missiles. Because at the moment, I just don't have enough missiles. Well, either that or just kill them with conquest, but, look, why not both, you know? Why not both? Come on, let's head over to Kazaron. Send dudes. Yes. I need men. I'm in a fight. Speaking of, can I swap these? No, field modulation is... And these two aren't doing anything. Okay. What exos do you have equipped? Well, give me 1 second. Management Tactical Warfare. Hopefully they have some Hydras. They have 1 Hydra. Taunting me. Ah, there we go. It's just on this market instead. Okay. Turn in... Never mind, I misspoke. My bad. I meant to turn in AI cores. Wait. Technically, you have the right to withdraw from the league. We all do. It simply isn't done. The council will take this poorly and thus thing with Prime Demark on. Never mind. I've misspoke. Yeah, no. Quite literally, because I misclicked. I think I'll hold on to the beta course for now. I'm not desperate for money. Okay. Do you have conquest? Yes. More. I require more. Oh, hold on. Let's switch these over. In fact, we'll put those in the same... Left, move, that was left, 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 there we go. Excellent, that's the way we're going to do it. Point defense AI, get another vent, boom. Now that's a build. many story points do I got? 7? Good enough. Right, I don't have the rest of the equipment yet. But I will. What about officers? What have we got? Well, that's a start. Welcome aboard, Oberon. What do you mean, shield shunt on the conquest? It's what the people wanted. Despite my protests, it is the way it is. Midline is when conquest. The more conk you west, the more midline it is. Well, this one's called The Beast Unleashed. This one we're going to call Conk West. Yeah, I think we're just going to gate over to our home system and grab some weapons for this thing. Then, yeah, I think we're going to abandon... So I think we're going to abandon Beaufort and start up a new tech mining operation somewhere else. Speaking of, how's Stalingrad doing? Look at that. Look at that growth, 23% a month. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. 30 from the Cryo Revival, 30 from the Alpha Core. This is what happens if you've got an Alpha Core and it's in the same system as the Cryo Sleeper. Plus 60 points, and the baseline is 8. A mine goblin. No, it's probably going to be Sokon. Let's see, I should probably drop off the items at some of my colonies, because I can use them. Cancel that for now. How far is it? 95 days. Okay. All of this off. And actually, we have a market now. So we can sell these. Even if it's at a worse price. I don't mind. Every time a remnant of the domain showed up in the Persian sector, it was bad news, but then people ignore the foreshadowing and think it's that the opening the gates will have no disastrous results whatsoever. Yeah, my guess is that opening the gates will be how you trigger the end game, and there's something is going to come out of the gates and start attacking the sector, and you have to defend your colonies from it. Right, and then things like having a high command on your colonies, things like ground defense will probably matter a lot more. So if I look, yeah, you've got that. Right, I keep forgetting, I can build another industry. Still don't have a catalytic core. So I think I'll just skip refining and go straight to heavy industries at this point. Because I do have a nanoforge. And then accessibility. Do I want to put it Stalingrad or... So it'll be up to 75. This will be up to 75, 85. Yeah, Stalingrad could probably use the accessibility more. So I don't think I'm going to put the spool here. Let's have it over to Stanistan. Yeah. I'm sure the I'm sure the Persian sector has its own crowd of nothing ever happens types. Which I was reading some people like explaining it, that exact concept, recently. And they're like, yeah, you know, empires used to fall, wars used to mean something, and nowadays the news cycle just hypes everything up like it's gonna be an earth-shaking event, and then nothing happens. Nothing ever happens. But what's interesting is that if you think about like the fall of Rome, past its peak, it still took Rome like 1,500 years to actually fully dissolve. Rome didn't collapse in like one big sudden event, just slowly got chipped away over the course of like hundreds of years. Like it was still kicking, alive and kicking, up until shockingly recently, which was still a few hundred years ago, but still. It's just that it was nowhere near as influential as it used to be by that point. I don't know, if you find that the news media is telling you that everything is going to be the next big thing, and that's kind of like wormed its way into your brain, you should probably just consume less media. Like, that's the whole point, is that they constantly shout about stuff being the most important thing ever, because they need your attention if they want to make money. But, the only way to win is to stop paying attention, like, stop scrolling news feeds and Twitter every single day. Maybe, like, a couple times a week. But hey, that's just my thoughts on that. Like, the gate crisis was the thing to ever happen. Instant, universe-wide, complete bleakness and absolute horror. Instant. Not, oh, the gates shut off over 2 centuries. Just, oh shit, everything is gone. We're so far. Yeah, exactly. If it didn't happen instantly, then it didn't happen. Rome never fell, because it took... Like, Rome dissolved over the course of 1,000 years, so the fall of Rome never happened. Which means nothing happened. I get my news from official league channels, the only source that truly counts. What if there are people in the sector who don't think the domain is real, like it's some kind of hedgy psyop? Definitely. There's some people who are deep on the hypernet talking about conspiracy theories about how, like, oh, the domain never existed, and that's just something that Hedgent comes up with to convince everyone of their legitimacy, but it never existed. And honestly, the idea that humans came from this place called Earth, that's a myth. Okay, humans originated in the Persian sector, obviously. That's why we're here. The gates are clearly alien artifacts left behind by a previous species. To think that they're human constructions when we can barely build a functioning spaceship? I mean, really, if you think about it, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Yeah, I want to jump over there to drop off the fullerene spool. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, no, I had a little bit of a brain malfunction, and I added the fullerene spool instead of the other item, the nanoforge. Yes, this is what I want. The C nanoforge. Okay. I was confused. I was like, what? I wanted to drop off an item, but then I just used the wrong one. There we go. Okay, now that's better. Domain Denialist is the funniest character ever now. Maybe that should be my next character. Is a Domain Denialist. The domain isn't real. None of this shit is real. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's what the hegemony wants you to think. Society was always that far gone? Yeah, I think that's the real... I think that's the real answer. I think society was always that far gone, but the existence of the internet adds an extra layer of unintended transparency, I guess you would call it. Because the more access to information makes it easier to see the cracks. But I don't think that they weren't there before. I just don't think people knew about them or recorded them. Well, the Beauregard, you know, Perun does have a... He made a separate channel where he still does Let's Plays. Not as often, because he's mostly dedicated to, you know, his main channel, but he does upload there. After the domain denialist is a domain super spy that got... Oh, you know what? Maybe like a domain... Maybe the next... After the domain denialist, it'll be a domain's... Like a domain agent who just got thawed out at cycle 206, and he's trying to rebuild the domain. What kind of... Yeah. Yeah, you're right, one cooler guy. The domain denialist would only fly pirate ships. The domain brainwashing is so good that they brainwash themselves into thinking their own shadow government isn't real. Amazing. Yes, okay. This is the one we want a full arrange pool. Wait, what was the... Wait, were we in the negatives? No. This is just 3,000. Not a lot. Because we don't have much productive output. Honestly, we'd probably be getting more money at the other place. At least for now. But it's going to grow quickly, and then we're going to build commerce. Speaking of commerce, it'd be nice if I could get my hands on Dealmaker Holosuite. But I don't get to choose those kinds of things. That's RNG. Domain denialists would fly any ship because they don't have the capacity to understand that doing that would contradict their narrative. I wonder if the domain denialist would even care about what ships he flies. Because as far as he's concerned, the domain isn't real, then wouldn't he just use it? Then, like, in his brain, there's no difference between low-tech and high-tech, aside from, like, the manufacturer. But none of it is real. I guess they probably would avoid low-tech just because that's what the hegemony uses, and hegemony is bad. But they probably use a mix of, like, a mix of midline, high-tech, and pirate equipment. Warning beacon, you say? Definitely wouldn't fly 14, exactly. Damn it, it saw me. Oh, right, I didn't outfit this thing. Damn. I'm just carrying it around for no reason, then. Well, I guess I'll just have to kill these guys. How is this even spawning? Alright. Capture points? Sure. Let's just do this. Surely the Conquest can take it. The meme build is ready. It's got that armored superiority. Mid to high-tech pirates with Luddic aesthetics. Yeah, so just everything except low-tech. AI is just a conspiracy to make local entrepreneurs like Tritachyon look bad. Yeah. I mean, seriously, CEO's son started Tritachyon in a garage with a box of scraps. Now her name is being slandered. At this whole AI development thing. AI isn't even real. I bet when we crack these things open, there's going to be humans inside. Alright, Centurion, go. Distract. Go distract. Yes. Yes. You know what? This would probably be a lot easier if I just let myself use hypervelocity drivers instead of heavy maulers. But, the league do what the league do. So, you gonna shoot your guns or not? You can turn any day now. I'm pretty sure you're close enough. Nope, the AI... You know what? This might be a problem, because I think the AI is designed for vanilla weapon ranges. But, with second in command, it has more range, and it doesn't realize it, so it tries to point towards the enemy to drive faster, when it doesn't even need to. Alright, we can get you out of there, because at this point I think we're good. But yeah, I need to go home and actually outfit that second conquest. Pretty sure Guardian was cooked up by AI's post-collapse. Yeah, it is probably cooked up by the... well, you know what? The mothership does have gamma cores, although the cryosleepers don't. It's definitely cooked up by something. It'd be kind of an interesting twist if actually the... is if the subroutines on the cryosleepers were actually kind of evolving into threat. In the same way, like, they're kind of like following the same path that Threat went down. In terms of their, processing and their development. But that might be an interesting direction. Oh yeah, the Conquest is shunted. This is what the people want. I was gonna put a shield on it, but... this is what we have now. It's not about being sensible. It's about... hey, another Alpha Core. Nice. It's not about victory. It's about sending a message. Okay, so I think we're going to salvage this. We're going to fight this guy. Then we should be able to look at the planet. Hopefully grab the nav buoy and the comm relay before we go. And then I'm going to rush back to my home planet to actually properly outfit the Conquest. And then I'm going to start looking at bars to see if I can get the planetary shield blueprint. Oh great, Paladins. There's only one solution. More missiles. Like, it's a lot like Area 51. They can't stop all of us. Ammo conservation? I'd never heard of her. Begone from my sight, foul techno-demon. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, indeed. Cryosleepers are prison camps where truthers end up when domain security gets their hands on them. If that was true, then they would have an effect on your colony. In, like Luddic majority, instead you'd have domain truther majority. I'm sure it would hurt stability, but it would probably come with some kind of weird bonus. Extensive ruins. Nice. Beta core, food, it's okay. So, I'm gonna look at these things. We just have to be very quiet so that the remnants don't notice us. Oh. That one definitely noticed us. Yeah, this is not going to work. Okay. Well, we do have the nav buoy active now, so we have a burn of 10. And that makes a big difference. Because now we don't need to sustain burn to outrun them. I guess I'm just going to run out this way. Maybe I can transverse jump. Am I far enough? Let me quick save. Jump. Okay, yeah. Then go back to the planet, jump back in. And now I can scan to my heart's content. I think I got more from that debris field than from the ruins. That's scattered ruins for you. A real scam. Just a small detail noticed, if you plan on having management and tactical, you can skip combat endurance. Yes. Yes, you can. That's why the conquests don't have it. This one does have it because this is a level 7 officer that we found in a cryopod. So she already has 6 skills, and the combat endurance is a 7th. It's like a free 7th. Well, that's where the Nexus is. I bait them away. Once again, we're going to do the same thing. Bait them away from the Nexus. Transverse jump. And then go back in, drop in on the planet directly. They almost got me with that interdiction, but not quite. Oh, this is like the least valuable planet out of all of them. Why would you put a Nexus there? You'd think that the Nexus would be guarding like the most valuable planet, but in this case it's a nothing. It's a dud. Oh yeah, look at that income. And we don't even have the item, but it's still really good. Yeah, okay, so first I've got to fix my mistake and actually outfit this conquest. Is there a gate nearby? There is. Alpha E soon. What do you use the emergency burn for? It's just like running around a trade convoy. I guess they were showing off. I don't think I need to do anything. Oh, it's already, yeah, it's size 4, okay. That's what that is. So, we're gonna go with... Start it with mining. I guess we'll go straight into light industry. Alright, seems good to me. So we're gonna outfit this conquest. Sell all this crap. Get a little extra supplies, a little extra fuel. Yeah, here we go. What? Do we not have any? Really? Are you sure about that? We have 0 Mjolnirs. We're using all of them on the... Alright, I guess I'm going to have to go to the core worlds to find Mjolnirs. 57, that's not right. There we go, 56. That's better. Okay, so we'll go back to Kazaron, and they'll sell us some Mjolnirs. Surely. It's the only large ballistic they get their hands on. Did I just catch one live? Nah. It's pre-recorded. The Burgard is right. You know what? That Tritachyon mercenary... Remember them? They were like an hour ago? With like the phase ships. We ran away from them and they still haven't... Since then I haven't seen them once. Maybe if you just... Maybe they only spawn in once and if you avoid them they just don't show up again. Or maybe they got killed by something else while trying to chase me. Either way, good riddance. Do you guys not have large ballistics, really? You are the Kazaron. The heart of the Persian League. And you don't have large ballistics. That's embarrassing. Reynard Hanan, do better. If you avoid them, they never show up again. Interesting. Because I was under the impression that they would keep chasing you. I guess that impression was wrong. You know, typically I would just kill them anyways. But, yeah, I guess if you just run away from them, like, really fast, then it's not an issue. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, so you guys don't, naturally. No surprises there. Nope. Of course not. Can anybody sell me a Mjolnir cannon? Oh, speaking of, the lore on these is kind of neat. If you look at the codex here, go to the Mjolnir cannon. Each munition contains a small amount of exotic condensed matter and an isolated microsingularity, which combine destructively upon impact, channeling energy through a temporary gravitic lens. So just remember, I do remember I see someone making a post about how, like, modded weapons, like, the descriptions aren't actually strong enough to keep up with the vanilla descriptions. Because the vanilla weapons are like, yeah, we just, like, harness the effects of space and time with a micro-singularity. We're shooting tiny black holes at the enemy and it does 500 damage. That's how advanced these ships are. And remember, the Mjolnir is a ballistic weapon and mostly gets mounted on low-tech ships, never mind the high-tech ships. I'm telling you, the League markets suck for some reason. It seems like it. They don't... I mean, I did buy, like, Mjolnirs earlier. I'll go to Madeira. That's a military market. Surely they'll have large ballistics. I'm going to put my faith in Madeira. The military markets will deliver. It's really late for me. Goodbye, guys. See y'all in the replays. Later, mine. I think that's how... That's my first guess. At the same time, MGs. Yeah, the thing is, the basic machine guns are just like the machine guns that we have right now, more or less. See, there's the Mjolnir. But, everything else is like Insano style. It's like there's a few weapons that are just like standard, and there's a few weapons that are just insane. Although another one that's interesting is like the heavy burst laser, which apparently an often underestimated weapon. Yeah, in general, people have not valued it too highly. Although it's gotten a lot better with buffs. But apparently it's like the physics are not understood by the highest echelons of the Hegemony Armaments Committee or even Tritachyon Hybrid Physics Division. It's so advanced that nobody post-collapse understands how it even works. And it's just like a 9 ordnance point defense weapon. Plasma cannon shoots micro-universes? I don't think the plasma cannon shoots micro-universes. Let me fact check you on that one, because we can open this up. No, not this. Because I'm pointing at the Mjolnir. There we go. Now we can find energy. Sizes large. Let's look through them. Plasma cannon. Microfusion event detonated through a composite gravitic lens, which focuses much of the resulting energy anyward to create what has been described mathematically as a... Oh, you're right! Mathematically as a temporary high-energy mini-universe. Well, I'm mistaken. Fact check by real Persian patriots. True. The power scaling in this universe is crazy. Because these are the human-made weapons. The Omega weapons are like even more advanced to the point that nobody knows how they work. Which is always funny when it's like it creates a micro-singular. It's like, it creates a micro-universe. 500 damage. Which is like not bad, but I mean, for a micro-universe you'd think it'd just like blow up a planet. Oh, the gate's about to arrive. Well, I want to be there for that. I think I get a story point, right? It says it's like literally about to arrive, but I think there's still a little bit of time. Probably won't make it, but I'm gonna try. Light industry started. Yeah, I want to drop off the biofactory anyways. I think the Hellbore shoots plasma. And then you've got like the light mortar and the heavy mortar, which are just regular old mortars that are meant for... that weren't even meant for spaceships. They were meant for like artillery on planet side. But with some small modifications were functional in space. That's what it says anyways. Tech levels are more like philosophies and not actually relevant to how technologically advanced it is. That might be it. I do believe that initially, in earlier versions of the game, the idea was that high-tech would actually be better. But he moved away from that and decided that, no, they're just different ways of doing things. And that all of them are meant to be equally viable. The Gauss cannon on the Capitol has been upgraded to equal micro-universes. Yeah, I mean, I think if you read the description on them, they have some pretty crazy effects. Let's see, the Gate Hauler, I don't think... Yeah, you can see the Gate Hauler's not in system yet. Oh, no, never mind, there it is. I think I missed it. I missed it by like a week. Or maybe even just a few days. Yeah, Tachyon Lance, never mind that. Shoots charged tachyon stream that travels in hyperspace by using N-brain manipulation and anti-plasma. Yeah, it's like... one word that he likes to use... Hold on, nope. There we go. Is Q-switched gain medium. This is one that pops up a lot when it comes to lasers. You're talking about the gain medium. And some of them are even Q-switched. Which, those are real words. But, I sure don't know what they mean. It's outside my field of expertise. I'm no laserologist, let me tell you. The fact that Micro-Universe only deals 500 damage must mean that shield and armor technology is basically just IRL plot armor. Well, yeah, like if you... Well, that's part of someone pointed out that, like, you do very little ramming damage even at full speed. Like, you could take a big, heavy ship like the Odyssey and ram into them with a plasma jet. And how much damage do you even do? Not a lot. Even though that collision should be generating a massive amount of energy. So it's like anything that's not weapons doesn't really do much damage to your ships, even though they should. Which suggests the idea that, yeah. Okay, so I did get Witness the Arrival. I was on time. Okay. It suggests the possibility that that the armor is just that advanced, and that's the reason it survives. Hellbore is not a plasma gun, it's a shaped charge, but like really hot. Really? Let's look at ballistic, large. Rarely deployed due to the complexity involved in manufacturing a built-up barrel that can safely fire enormous, high-explosive shaped charge rounds. Ah. Oh, let's see. Hold on. This is why I thought it was plasma. It says plasma-charged projectiles. It's charged with plasma, but it's still a shaped charge. Heavy mullers sprinkle fairy dust on each shell so the enemy feels extra love. I'm pretty sure heavy mullers, it says it injects some, like a small amount of antimatter fuel from your ship into the gun, but like the amount is small enough that you don't notice it on your fuel gauge, which is just lore speak for saying it doesn't affect you mechanically. Yeah, I like how it says it's rarely deployed due to the complexity involved, but it's like the low tech of low tech. So low tech, the church is allowed to use it. Heavy industry. Let's upgrade that to orbital works. Look, we're almost not in the red. Amazing. So building light industry. Yeah, 28%, 17% growth. Oh, that's right. I was going to try... I don't think you can add a third one, but let me try. Yeah. You can only add... I think you can add 2. You can't add a third one. Low tech is the first spacefaring civilization that is the remnant of a galaxy-spanning empire. Well, I don't think the domain was galaxy-spanning, right? Because the Persian like arm of the galaxy is pretty close to Earth, relatively speaking, and this is considered the frontier of the domain. So we weren't quite galaxy-spanning, but humanity was. We're talking hundreds. We're probably talking like maybe in the millions of stars. Possibly, but that alone is not galaxy spanning because, you know, there's billions. I can't believe I was being a goofy goob about the last stream messaging stupid early and then I missed that stream. Here for this one, though. Well, it's good to see you, Henry. Let's break this thing down. And let's deploy the gate. Activate the gate sequence. Sequence the gate activate. Gate the sequence activate. The sequence gate. I think by complexity it just means the metal required to build a barrel that can withstand that amount of pressure is economically unviable for mass production, not that it is high-tech. You know what? That might be it. It's not that the Hellbore itself is technically complex, but manufacturing the materials required requires an industrial base that is technically complex, which is not quite this, right? It's like it's a materials thing where like the mechanisms of the Hellbore are actually fairly simple, but it requires materials that are very advanced and require a highly specialized equipment. Something like that. The activate sequence gate. Yes. Thank you, Yoda. Very cool. Yes, the Beast Unleashed and Conquest. And now we have Gate, which will make it a lot easier to get in and out of this system. Let's head over to Stalingrad. Set up the thing. Do the thing. You know, this one has pollution. So, I am going to colonize this little one eventually, because it's in the same system as a cryosleeper, so you might as well. You could get it up to size 6 real quick. And since it has pollution anyways, I'll probably put heavy industry there and put one of the corrupted nanoforges. Speaking of, I do have a couple AI cores. I can probably just start this now. No, not that. Get this. Go over here. Colonize. Name. I'm still in my first playthrough at around 80 hours without using outside information. It is so much fun to see what I decided wrong 20 hours ago. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. Yeah, oh yeah, that's another thing, is that a lot of the kinetic weapons are described as I think specifically the Gauss cannon is described as going an appreciable fraction of the speed of light. And it does like, what, 350 damage to armor? An appreciable fraction of the speed of light in the real world, even if it's just like 1%, that much kinetic energy would vaporize pretty much any material we could put in front of it right now. But in Star Sector, their materials are so advanced, it's just like, 350 damage. Take it or leave it. It's gonna be it's gonna be like Constantinople. Because I want it to be Constantinople, but, you know, without the con. It's all, no con, all Stan. Start with the revival facility, and then, I guess farming, because it's cheap. And I can afford it. I'm broke. Man, I'm broke. Broke as hell. God damn. Yeah, we'll put an AI in charge. I don't see anything that could go wrong with that. Eight. Yeah, no, we're good. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I was gonna look at the Gauss cannon, that's right. Because if you look at the Gauss lore, look at this. Look at this shit. Gauss cannon. Slug to relativistic speeds. Ultra-dense composite slug to relativistic speeds, rarely exceeding 1 terampere in its electrical coils. How much to armor damage? 350. Relativistic speeds, and it's like, yeah, it does 350 armor damage. That's how advanced the armor is in this game. Just think of dry fields, each ship generates its own gravity well. Yeah, stuff like that. I think I already have Stalingrad. Don't I? Yeah, Stalingrad. That's the one. Time to activate the gate. right, that's the other thing I want to do. Stalingrad and Constantinople. Because they punched through a relatively small hole. Well, that would, if that was true, then they would have to like they would always like rip off the armor in like a small area, right? But they don't. They actually bounce off the armor. The armor survives the impact, mechanically speaking. Right? Like the Gauss cannon is considered an anti-shield weapon in the lore. And that's no mistake. That is the way it is. I think it's you that's size 5 now. Yeah. Okay. Refining. So fill in the gap between mining, will go into refining, will go into heavy industry. All locally. Locally sourced, locally approved. No, I think it's just that the armor material is just super advanced in this universe. Right, like if the weapons are super advanced, then the defenses also have to be super advanced to keep up. It's like yes, a micro singularity, 500 damage. Relativistic kinetic projectile, 350 damage. Take it or leave it. That's gonna be good. You know, strictly speaking, I do only have 2 administrators. If I had another one... No, that's not it. I could replace the Alpha Core. No. I would like to use it for something else. How bad is it if I take the stability penalty? 5, 5, 3. Beaufort is at 3. Although Beaufort doesn't really matter. We're going to abandon it soon. I think that's fine. I gotta be on the lookout for more administrators. Alright, off to the core worlds we go. Somewhere's mentioned that modern armor is spaced. I believe that's the Invictus you're thinking of. Because the Invictus has a blade of armor. So if we go... Not domain restricted, it's going to be Luddic Church. No. Low-tech. Capital. And then if we go a blade of armor... Before the advent of spaced armor, yeah. Like modern spaceships have quote-unquote spaced armor, where the Invictus has a blade of armor. Let's check for some admins. I think there was something else I wanted, but I don't remember what it is. Oh, my bad. Yeah. I forgot. Using gate doesn't ask you if you want to turn that on. No, that's just an admin. That's not a freelance. No, okay. Hello, Core Worlds. I'm come to provide a opportunity of employment for a very, very lucky freelance administrator. You'll be in charge of Constantinople. A glorious colony. Surely you want to be a part of this venture? It'll be very profitable. How would that result in massively... Spore coil? I don't know. I do not know. That's just the logic of Star Sector. High explosive good against High explosive is just good against armor, and that's it. That's all there is to it. I think the progression is ablative armor, damper armor, shield phase. Well, I mean, I think damper fields, technologically speaking, we're not talking about armor here. We're talking about defensive systems that are layered on top of armor. And the first was damper fields, then shields, and now phase. And that's the progression. But that's separate from the armor itself. Freelance. Depends. Hire. I don't have money. I don't have money. Where's my money? Well, I am in a tritachyon system, so I can just drop off these cores. Could also use a few supplies. Just assume space magic. That is a good answer. Breach SRM pod. Well, it's a great thing we got that blueprint. If I abandoned tech mining sooner, I would have missed that one. Yeah, so, okay, for you guys, I'm just going to turn in. Select the cores. I'm not going to turn in all of them. I'm going to hold on to some of them. Yeah, 300,000, that'll do for now. And then I'll go back and hire that administrator. Deploy them at... Maybe not... I'll deploy them at Stalingrad, because the extra production here would be nice. Now that we're getting light industry. Okay, so now we can deploy you here. And you can go here. There we go. That's all of our human admins. And as soon as this finishes, we're going to be making some cash. Still building the refinery, heavy industry, okay. Now I'm going to go abandon Beaufort, and I'm going to start up a new tech mining operation. Somewhere else. Off to Beaufort we go. Who up joining the league? Yes. So basically what's happening is that the spaced armor is better against kinetics because the spaces make those rounds waste energy, potentially tumble around and stuff, but then explosive rounds mess with the spacing and rapidly screw up the armor. Yeah, it said something about, like if we read the Hellbore's description again. Ballistic, large. Shaped charge rounds. When it impacts a shell, the Newman effect causes the warhead to propel a jet of molten metal into the target's armor, vaporizing a small area, causing hull breaches. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's one of those... Is it just called a shaped charge in the real world? Yeah, it's one of those that, like, it impacts the target and it shoots out like a jet. That's probably good against spaced armor, right? Supplies? You might be right. We have 0 supplies. And I do have 600,000 credits. So let's do that before we go out into the world. I'll buy them from contest, and I don't even care about the price hike. I can't repair here. Well, it's not my problem. Dockside bar. Thoughtful looking smuggler. Units of fuel. Why do they always ask you to build industries that you don't have? I mean, I guess that's the point, is to encourage, it's like you get a reward for building a new industry, but like, that's almost never practical. Like, oh yeah, let me just start up a fuel colony. Give me a couple years, I'll figure it out. Shape charges are bad against space. Jet loses energy real quick across distance. Yeah, that would make... Yeah, I was... After I said that, I was thinking about it, and I'm pretty sure it's the other way around, is that those kinds of jets are bad against spaced armor. Like, the whole point of spaced armor is to trigger those things early with the outer plating, so that they don't affect the inner plating. Oh, that's right, this place is decent, but no, we're not looking for that. We're looking for Beaufort. How far is it? It's right there. Okay. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe the Help War's just so powerful that even when it's bad against spaced armor, it doesn't matter. Maybe it used to be... Maybe it used to do like 2,000 damage, but after introducing spaced armor, it got cut down to 750. And now that's just the standard. Size... Okay, so it didn't... Yes, we managed to come back before it grew. Yeah, see, if you just leave it at 2.33%, it is growing, but it takes... But this has been here for like years now, and it hasn't grown. It's only gotten to 50%, whereas if you look at Stalingrad, which is much newer, it's already size 4, and it's at 69%. Nice. Yeah. And now we've got to turn on Freeport so we can start selling the drugs. Extra profits. Yeah, see, this place is already polluted, so I think I'll set up like a heavy industry here. I don't know if I'll... no, I'll probably do a commerce. Just do another commerce. Like farming. Do I want mining or do I want light industry? Probably light industry has got to be better, right? Even if I don't have another biofactory embryo. Well, anyways, we're going to abandon this place. There's nothing in storage. Nope. If we check fleet storage. No, I didn't leave anything here. Okay. Cool. We can abandon. Alright. It's time to create a new colony. And we're going to call it Saucon. 1.6 light years for this one and this one. Well, the one that's decivilized actually has the lower hazard rating. On the other hand, this one actually has good minerals. Not that that really matters, because we're just doing tech mining, I guess. Although, decivilized boosting population growth is kind of a downside here. We don't really want that. Well, anyways, we're going to go to Bascule, and we're going to rename it Saucon. Unidentified sensor contact, you say? Level 5? What skills you got? Combat endurance? You're fired. Alright. Establish. There's a... Oh, you know what? There's a gate in this system. That's convenient. And then when we finish up with this planet, we can just jump over to this one. Although... the stability might be an issue. I don't think it matters too much, but the pirate activity could be annoying. guess I could drive into the sun and make another stable point. Although that costs story points and I don't really feel that strongly about it. In any case, let's get out of here. Oh wait, no, hold on. Gotta wait for the spaceport to finish, then we can get out of here. What, SawCon? Some kind of cutting tool convention? Yeah. Yeah, it's a convention for people who really like cutting tools. Saws, specifically. Which are very popular among tech miners. D's nuts? What does that have to do with anything? It's completely unrelated. That's just a non sequitur. I don't get it. Six days. June the 13th? Growth, 19%. Beautiful. Actually, I might be able to... No, it's only at 7. Well, maybe if I build a... like a patrol HQ. Once that finishes, it'll be up to 8, and then Freeport is fine. One day. Here we go. Let's get that. I'm not going to be able to build the planetary shield for a while because it's not worth the money, but okay, yeah. Let's assign an AI core here. Now we can leave this place. Need to buy supplies again. But we can just jump back to our homeworld, that's fine. You know what'd be funny is if this actually delivers more items than Beaufort did, despite being a lower tier of ruins. I'm looking forward to it. It's definitely going to happen. It's just the way RNG works. It has to. It must. Resource stockpile. Yeah, we're going to need a little bit of this. A little bit of this. Some of these. Even more of that. 236. Okay, let's buy a bunch more supplies. There we go. In fact, let's go up to 2,000. This is going to cost a fair amount, but I'm cool with that. Okay. So we've done a lot of colony management. We built another conquest. Let's go kill some remnants. We've got 2 conquests now. Surely it won't be an issue. I mean, if 1 conquest was good, then 2. I mean, that's got to be unbeatable. I think Busan is a red system. Probably should have checked first. Yeah. Wait. Gates. Beacons. Gates. Beacons. I don't think the other ones have gates. So if I go here, look at this. Yeah. This is the only one with a gate. So I think I'll tag this beacon. Because it specifically has a gate. Yeah, we'll kill some remnants and then I should finally go grab those mining stations. Hello, any clankers around? Oh, I should have brought some metal so that I could build a nav buoy. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Tech mining seriously annoys me. It's the only thing I've gone into JSON files to change. Yeah, a lot of people are not happy with tech mining. I wonder if there's... I mean, I get the idea, and I do think it works sometimes, but there might be needs to, like, tweak the numbers a bit. Oh, well, I was kind of hoping to get this mining station. But now I've got a million ordos coming this way. But I'm sure it'll turn out fine. It's no big deal. Actually, we'll capture those points first, then have you escort the conquests. The conquest, indeed. Apes strong together. That's the true meaning of the conquest. Ohana means family. Ow. Please kill it. Oh my god, it survived? And what the hell is this Sunder doing? No. Why? What are you doing? I said escort the conquest, not drive backwards into the enemy. That's an entirely different thing. I didn't say to do that. Alright. This might be a little bit of trouble. If we just move very quietly, the remnants won't hear us. Goon quest. The remnants are out here straight up gooning. Because they got a lot of goons. There's too many. I'm scared. I don't want to fight all of those. I certainly don't have the equipment for it. Can I get... Seriously? They're right up... They're still sitting over here. They're going to abandon me. Or ambush me, are they? Oh, look, stand. It's coming along. Refining is finished. Very nice. And I think the last thing I'm going to do is going to upgrade this to a high command. It's already got the... It's got the mining, the refining. So this will feed directly into the high command, and then it's cryo engine with extreme heat. Let me get this. Let me get this. Let me get this. I want this. I want the mining station, and I will quick save until I get it. I am Stan League, and I have time looping powers. And no mere remnant can stop me. Alright, this time we're going to kill these guys. Clearly, telling the Sunder to escort the conquest was a bad idea because it has no idea what it's doing. But if I have it escort me instead, that should work better. Speaking of gooning, I accidentally found a website called Blue Moon while looking for Star Sector mods. Name a Captain John Maltese. Well, I don't know what that means, but, yeah, I can do that. Thank you, some dude. And, yeah, I don't think I'm going to look at that website. You should probably put quotations around the accidentally to really emphasize. Just to make sure people know that it's an accident and not something else. No. Your father and I were mocked for having no Riz, not only by alphas as large, but by the Omega cores as well. They called us sussy bakas. Sussy bakas indeed. Okay, don't get in each other's way. You know, be reasonable. Damn, that paladin is my worst nightmare. But luckily, the Mjolnirs will do all the work for me. There we go. See, these guys will just mulch them into scrap with their Mjolnirs, and then I can help them kill the target with my Dragon Fires. Dragon Fire flanking attack? Yes. Absolutely. Knights of Malta versus Ottomans. Siege. Good stuff. Well, I see. John Maltese it is. Oh, damn. That thing actually survived? The Dragon Fires? Ammo conservation? Never heard of her. The only thing I know is cleansing fire. Their worlds will burn. Dragoon fire. Emphasis on the goon, am I right, fellas? Can you show the Thunder build after this battle? Sure. 2 alpha cores? Yeah. That's pretty good. Speaking of... Alright, John Maltese. This will be this guy, because he's new. Oberon? You're not Oberon. You're John Maltese. Jahan Maltese. Level up. Impact mitigation is going to be big. It's going to be massive. It might even be large. Yeah, okay. I think I want to go like this. And the Sunder build looks like this. Optics, escort package, magazines, targeting unit, stabilized shields, extended shields. Max out vents, get some caps. Light needlers for kinetic, and then high intensity laser, double auto lance. John the Malteser. The Maltese getting queasy. The Malteseler. Yes, I would like more maneuverability. I think I want that. And at level 15 I'll get gunnery implants. Yeah, that's a problem. Definitely not fighting you. No capital ships in that one, but it is a big fleet, and I'm going to run out of ammo. Okay. So we managed to kill them and get to a couple of alpha cores. That's good, that's good. Are those conquest shields shunted? Unfortunately, yes. It's out of my hands. It's what the people wanted. You know, it's the voice of the Persian League. I should probably add a way station. You know, I think it's been a while. Could really use a way station. A stay-wation. You know, with only 2.8%, this thing is probably not going to hit size 6 until after these two, with the cryo revival facilities. These two are going to hit it. These two are going to hit size 6 first. Mark my words. Okay, let's see. Can we stealth our way in? Yes, we can. Level 7! I knew there was going to be something here. And we get another Hyper Shunt tap. 62 Marines that I don't need? Sure. +2, +1, no atmosphere, widespread ruins. If we're naming officers, can I request the Goongler? Yeah, I think the other Conquest pilot can be the Goongler. First name the, last name Goongler. That's got to be really, like, embarrassing to have to type on your Pershing League application. But if your parents are that messed up in the head, there's nothing you can do. I don't think the Pershing League, they know how to change names. It's just legally not allowed. The hegemony, they've registered you as the Goongler once. It's over. Beta core. Mantle Boar. You love to see it. Of course, the Mantle Boar, instead of being at the mining station, was at the research station. This makes sense. Well, it makes sense to someone, I'm sure. Maybe not to me. The fucking size, priceless. Thank you, BB. Oh, it's not priceless. It's exactly 10 euros, because that's what he paid. But I appreciate the thought anyways. Right, there we go. Stalingrad, size 5. We can build... I don't think I want commerce. What's the stability? Yeah, not commerce. Not yet, anyways. I don't have enough money to start the industry, so we'll do farming. Right, that's the one. Okay. Where do I go next? I think I need to go to a gate and get out of here. But I got some good loots. Yeah, I think I'll take this gate because there's no remnants trying to kill me. There's a research station orbiting a star which doesn't have a mantle. Is that a rare thing? I mean, sometimes I don't really pay attention to the qualities of the star, usually. But there are sometimes research stations. British euros. Oh, wait, is it... God, I always get the two symbols mixed up. I might have actually committed a great cultural offense. But I always, like, I don't look at them often enough, so I often get the euro sign and the pound sign mixed up. Oh well. I mean, they deserve it. Wait, you're telling me this debris field had the location of a research station this whole time? And it was just sitting there? Alright. Yeah, sure. Sure, pal. It's okay, they have worse problems across the pond. Exactly. Oh, oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. It's orbiting a star, which does not have a mantle. Well, I'm assuming that's because it's a research station. They were researching the Mantle Boar. Probably. That's about the most sensible explanation I can come up with. So, I'm still missing the catalytic core, but I've got the pristine nanoforge, I've got the Mantle Boar, I've got the cryo engine. I guess I could, in theory, I could drop this and replace it with fuel production, but I don't want to do that. If anything, what I might do is I might just install a mod that increases the range of the hypershunts and just increase the range up to like 500 light years so they cover the whole sector. Because honestly, like the fact that you've got to clear the hypershunt and then spend 20,000 metals and then also you have to have a specific item and then also you need 10 transplutonics to make it work. When you consider all of these things added up, I think it's fair to just let it work anywhere in the sector instead of having a range. It's my save file and I can do what I want with it. Pretty sure it will be a better exchange rate for you than euros too. Uh-huh. The star was actually powering the research station, which was actually a cover to mine space bitcoins. Universally accepted everywhere. They were trying to reinvent hypershunts from the principles of mint. If we shove a mantle bore into the star, we can rebuild the hypershunt. And from there, we can reignite the gate system. Although the research station was probably built before the collapse. So maybe not. Yeah, 10 is really small. Maybe 15 for vanilla. I don't know if 25 might be a bit much, but like 15? That'd be nice. Because it's always, I swear, it's always there at like 11 light years away where you want the colony. It's always 11 light years. It's never 9, it's never 5, it's 11. So that's good. Is it 30%? Yeah. This one is... Man. 11% growth rate on a size 5 colony is insane. And this is about to finish. What do I want? I think what I want to do... I've got a bunch of alpha cores now. I should start using them. Yeah, we'll start here. Get that. Do I want one here? I don't think so. Maybe here, because I think the refining is a bit low. The demand here is 3, and the production here is... Oh, wow. Even with no bonuses. It's meeting the demand. Huh. Well, that's... I guess that makes sense. It'd be kind of a problem if it didn't. Yeah, I'm going to go look at those mining stations next. And that, while we're at it, we'll also get that research station. See if we can get more items. I need all the colony items. Every single one. Commerce, sell that. Wait. Yeah, I have learned those. Okay. Well... Oh, I was gonna... Never mind. Alright, sell that. Sell that. We could put that in storage. Metals in storage. Open market, sell that. Hold on to like 50. Okay, we're gonna need more fuel. Grab 3,000. Drop off these marines. Okie dokie. Dokie okie. Is there a gate? No. This is the closest. You'll probably need more transplutonics after the... Wait. I didn't think of that, but maybe. You might be right about that. Hold on. Does it actually increase the demand? I do not remember. Well, tech mining just finished. What do we get? Yeah, I think tech mining needs a buff. Extent, like vast ruins, you do get something, but the first month, and we get no blueprints, no items. That's just sad. All right, we'll have a look. We'll wait 2 days and see if it actually increases the demand. Do you think the faction know about cryosleepers and hypershunts? I don't think they do. Well, they probably know that they exist. They just don't know that they're out there. Like, yeah, like cryosleepers were like a thing that the domain did, but they're not expecting to find abandoned ones, you know? Okay, demand. No, it's the same demand. It's still 3. Like if I take this out, yeah, it still doesn't bother importing. Okay. I do like that if you put a gamma core in a way station. Maybe I should be doing that more, is putting gamma core, or like beta cores in the way stations, so that I don't have to worry about volatiles. They just show up. I'm just importing fuel at this point from out of faction. Yeah, if I'm going to hold on to these beta cores, I should put them to use. But now that we finally have heavy industry, what's our fleet quality looking at? Stanistan? Fleets, 80% quality. Size, 413%. 100% colony size, 100% cryo engine, times 1.5 Imperium Stand Fleet Doctrine, times 1.1 stability, times 1.25 alpha core. So the quality and size has just gotten a lot better. But of course, it's only a patrol HQ, so it's only going to launch a couple of light patrols. Yeah, I'm going to wait until... I'm going to turn this into a military base when I hit size 6. And then I'm going to spend story points to increase the number of patrols launched. And then we'll have some serious fighting for us. But for now, these are going to be okay. Actually, is there a way to increase its stability further? Yeah, I don't have anything else. Increasing the stability will also increase it. So for that, let's get a midline station. Because between the station and the ground defenses, that can get us all the way, like fully upgraded, that can get us up to like 11 stability effectively. And won't that be nice? Way station, beta core. Yeah, so I got one in pop and infrastructure, one in way station, one in pop and infrastructure, one in way station. Okay, I like that. Now we can go get those mining stations. It's time for a little treasure hunt. I got 2 gamma cores from the Vaster Winds the first month with an alpha core. Well, that's the thing, is it's not... Just an alpha core is not good enough. You need to also spend story points on it. Then you're guaranteed to get a rare item, at least an alpha core, if not a colony item. Usually a colony item. In fact, I think sometimes multiple colony items. But yeah, if you don't spend the story points or you don't have the alpha core, you need both. If you don't, and you miss the first month, well, sucks to be you. Which is maybe not the best way to design it. I do think that there could use a tweak there. Like the general concept of having like tech mining be a temporary industry that you use to like just extract some resources, like that's a good concept, but it has some issues. Maybe if it only yeah, maybe if it just had the same amount of total resources, but it only took you like 1 year to actually fully extract it, instead of taking forever. I don't know, something like that. Since you have so much fleet size, well, the reason the fleet size is so big is because of the doctrine. Like ship quality, we're just going to rely on like maxing out stability, because once you get up to 10 stability, the quality goes up further, and it'll be up at 95%. So an average of like 0 to 1 demods. Like 0.5, and that's with and that's like with the doctrine at 0 at like the minimum. So you basically get pristine ships, like very nearly pristine ships, with only a few demods sprinkled here and there, without bothering to invest in doctrine. And instead, you can invest fully in fleet size and have a ridiculous size, which is a lot funnier to look at. Okay, so there's a gate here. That's convenient. I wonder if the Goongler came from Goontown. Or did the Gooners drive out the Maltese? Those are questions for the historians. So that's not moving. Let me go check that. Research station. Haha. It's as simple as that. A high percent tap and another pristine nanoforge. What do I even need these corrupted nanoforges for? I'm just going to get all the pristine nanoforges. Man. RNG on the ruins is not doing me any favors, but the stations are doing good. Questions for the Goonstorians. Yes. Actually, I know I found one hypershunt. There might be another one in this system. On the other side? No. Okay. It would have. I think if you get close to the star and you ping it, then you'll see it on the other side. 'Cause it is big enough. It has a large sensor profile. Dram. Maintaining contact. Why? I could kill you in 2 seconds. With 1,000,000 dragon fires. And 100 microsingularities. Your technology is 1,000 years too young to be facing me. Yeah, we're just getting resources. Which, for extensive ruins, that's okay if it's like a... If, like, you're colonizing that planet anyways, and it's like your first colony, then the supplies and stuff that you get from the tech mining is worth more than what you would get from, like, a regular industry. But that's only if you plan to, like, grow that, right, and then... But, it's, again, it's still very limited in its uses. Combat endurance, bye-bye. You know what? You're really close. No, I want you there. You're really close. Because it's just gunnery and plants got swapped for damage control. But it's otherwise the right skill set. I think I'm fine with that. I should probably scan this, just to make sure I don't forget. Another officer that I'm probably going to fire. What can you do? Energy of Mastery, probably don't need that. Oh, you know what? I forgot to check you. Yeah, I found a level 7 officer and just completely forgot to check. Oh! Oh, baby! Would you look at that? I got the low-tech officer. What am I even doing? What are we doing here? I got the low-tech officer. It's the one level 7 template that doesn't... Like, all the others come with combat endurance. This is the one that doesn't. The only one. Impact mitigation, target analysis, ballistics, missile spec, gunnery implants. It's missing... So there's 2 variants. One of them comes with damage control and one of them comes with ordnance expertise. So it does suck missing ordnance expertise. I think it's going to be a little overfluxed. Even for a shield shunt built, it's going to be a little overfluxed, but I think the extra skills is worth it. I mean, it's getting extra venting speed from polarized armor. It'll be fine, right? Beautiful. Simply incredible. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's going to get that stability up. You could also queue up ground defenses. And then upgrade that when it finishes. 18%, 61%. Did I even find the station? No. 'Cause it's in an asteroid belt. So it's got to be around here or around... No, that's a ring system. This is an asteroid belt, so it's going to be around here. Okay. There's another station. Maybe we'll get another item. Are you rushing battlecruisers? Well, what I did is through the early game, I just used the Mark 9 or the Mark 1 Onslaught, and I piloted this Sunder myself as a support ship, and that takes care of a lot of early game fights. And then what I did is the colony crisis, I just resolved them all diplomatically instead of trying to fight my way through that stuff. So you might ask, why do that? Well, the answer is simple. So that I could spend all of... Yeah, there it is. Another mantle bore. Because that means that if I'm not spending my money on my ships, I can put all of my money into my colonies. Which is why I have so many colonies. Size 6, size 5, size 5. This one's about to hit size 4. And now I'm hitting the point in the game where my colonies are really well developed, and I'm using the money to expand my fleet. That's the design. A Shrike P. You know, I don't really use that one that much. Maybe I should try it out more. It has less ordnance points than a regular Shrike, but gets a ballistic mount. And a light needler on a Shrike is a good... It's like, is that worth losing those ordnance points? Maybe. Maybe it is. Lobster. Why is there lobster? Cryo engine and synchrotron core alongside mantle core are the 4 key components for any space independent space-faring civilization. What? No soil nanites? Lobster wave. Is that a new genre of music? Lobster wave? Kids these days and their newfangled sound technologies. Well, there's definitely stuff around here. And I still haven't surveyed that planet. Starliner. Level 5, you say. What can you do? Combat endurance? You're fired. Orbital habitat. Nice. Wrapping up a game that I started by saturation bombarding Asheru, starting system to dust, and destroying comm relays to make every faction hostile. That sounds like an interesting start. We'll never do a war criminal run. That could be a good run. For the domain denialist, start off by committing a bunch of war crimes. The domain doesn't exist. Your laws can't stop me. Bomb a bunch of civilians. I could see that. Yeah, bus killer. Welcome to Circuit. You are now a certified gamer. It's so funny that it's that YouTube messaging says, "Welcome to certified gamer." Yes, this makes sense. You're in the certified club now. What is this? These guys are clearly investigating, but I really... Did they think they have a chance? They do. They're following me because they think they have a chance. Why? They're 1 star. 1 star, you're cringe. Go home. It's not even close. I've got my level 6 and level 7 officer lined up in the shield-shunted conquest, goated with the sauce, sexual style, and you think you even stand a chance? You don't stand a snowball's chance in hell, sonny. Convert to the Church of Stan using Scalartech to piss off the Luddites. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things we could do. Seriously, they've only got like, what? A bunch of destroyers? Their only cruiser is a Griffin? I mean, it's got a decent loadout, I guess. Oh wait, no, the medium missiles are not. It's got 1 harpoon. which is not great. Show them the true power of Kazaronian steel. I mean, they shouldn't count it as... Yeah, they shouldn't count the Prometheus as a combat thing, though, because like their combat rating said 1 star. Usually they need at least 2 stars to is the threshold where they'll engage you. But in this case, they decided to anyways. How peculiar. Well, anyways, they're dead now. Thanks for the free stuff. Yeah, okay, I fired everyone. Good, good. Good. Excellent. Is Graphics Lib base game now or just not listed? I just didn't list it in the description because it's like if you want to use second in command, you have to get Graphics Lib anyways. So it's like listed on the mod page as a dependency. So I figured it's kind of redundant to put in things like Graphics Lib and Luna Lib. Well, that takes care of that. Now we can go get... Yeah, I guess we'll get this weapons cache. Why not? Yeah, maybe they were just done with life. That's possible. Like, ooh, an opportunity to die. Finally. Oh, gotcha. I was just wondering why Alex sauced it up. No, no, no. I have Graphics Lib on. Combat endurance, you're fired. It's another gate. How nice. Let's see, where is it located? Some distance away, my favorite. Not too much distance, not too little distance. Some distance. It's like Goldilocks porridge. But in distance. Orbital hab, which never have items. I mean, they might sometimes, occasionally, but it's pretty rare. Out of all the stations, the orbital habitat's the biggest disappointment. Loot. There's a lot of low-level ruins here. Let's find that cache. Vanguard. More like Van Gogh. Van Gogh? More like Van Gogh. Van Gogh? Did you know it's actually pronounced Van Gogh? What? I think it is, actually, though. I think that's true. Although Van Gogh sounds more dignified than Van Gogh. Well, I didn't find the weapons cache yet. Let's look around for it. We do have extra sensor range thanks to the sensor array. And I'll scan the gate before I go. I love Nick's Airline, but it's overkill with the response fleets. I don't think I run into that problem, just because I don't like invade worlds or anything. Honey, it's 5 p.m. Time for a truly untransportable amount of food. Orbital habitat's my favorite. There's the cache. That's gotta be it. Expedition? I guess I'll fight Diable avionics, whatever. Yeah, I guess modded factions still do expeditions, huh? There was a weapons cache there and I just missed it? It's Van Hawk? Maybe. You might be right about that. Yeah, it looks like modded factions still do expeditions. They're still using the old system. Which I think is fair, because like if you want to replace it with something, you'd have to like come up with an entire quest chain for that. It's probably pretty difficult to implement comparatively. Colony growth, Stantonopple, okay. Well, I did just get another pristine nanoforge, so I think we'll start our... And this place already has pollution, so... Industry it is. Alright, let's go to this mining station. VAC and DA be doing them, but most don't now. Okay, I see. Most factions don't do that, but those two still do. Gotcha. I'm imagining a mother station telling her orbital station she's her biggest disappointment, and that he should be more like his big brother, the research station. That's exactly correct. Whoa, a gamma core. Man, this tech mining is awesome. Okay, there's a lot of crap in this system. There's a Tundra World. That's probably got ruins. Another gate. Apparently I'm just finding all the gates. Who needs tech mining when you could just go exploring? Ooh, that's good. That's good. I might colonize this one. It's got a domain era comm relay. Oh, what? Wait. Hold on. This is actually amazing. So it's got a gate, a domain era sensor array, a domain era comm relay, and a domain era nav buoy. It's got all four. And the colony itself has... I mean, it's -1 farmland, but mining here, but it's only got, yeah, it's only got 100% hazard rating, habitable. Mining will give you all four resources. That's pretty good. I may colonize that in the future. I do think I saw some kind of sensor ping out here, yeah. Shrike P. Gates more like Gates. Gates. Giates. Quadruple domain maxing, yeah. Absolutely. We straight up maxing these domains. Like a true domain Chad. We're not a collapse cell. You know, I do believe the propaganda Yannick. I do believe the domain is real. I want to believe. Man, domain era technology is so cool. Man, I wish the domain was real. Is farming the most profitable of all industries? For a colony that's starting out, it does, like if you've got like a world with +2 farming, or you've got like soil nanites, then it has pretty good output, because there's a problem with, like, say, refining, is that it starts out at a baseline output of like 1, which is really not good on a fresh colony, but if you build it on a size 6 colony, it'll have an output of 4. Right, whereas farming, if you have like +2 farmland, then it'll start out with a pretty good output. On top of that, it's cheap and has low maintenance costs. So it's a lot easier to build up front and then immediately start making some money as your first industry. And then on top of that, if you're producing food locally, then food disruptions can't happen, which is bad because if your colony gets a food shortage because of a shipping disruption, then you lose a lot of stability. So it's a pretty safe choice as your first one, but not necessarily the most profitable. What can you do? What's your skill? Ah. Well, you guys don't have combat endurance. I'm not firing you, but I also don't know what I'm going to do with you. I don't think farming is that profitable compared to, like... I think it's okay. I think it's that the upfront cost is really low and the maintenance costs are really low. So early on it's really good. But I think once the colony is maxed out, it usually falls... It's like food by itself is 73,000. But let's see. Mining. Hold on. Is the... Mining is... Oh wait, mining's not good, is it? Yeah, mining's just the organics. Yeah, that's not going to compete. Obviously, if you look at recreational drugs alone is outcompeting food before you even consider the domestic goods and luxury goods. But let's see if there's another planet. How's this one doing? Food. Once again, recreational drugs. Or, yeah, mining is usually not that good, though. Not unlike... Well, that's not exactly true. It depends on the planet. If it's got like +3 ores for both types, then it's pretty good. But if you put it on a farming planet, it's not going to be. Yeah, I mean, it is one of the more profitable ones. I probably shouldn't downplay that too much. With a few orbital fusion lamps, volatile mining is pretty profitable, to be honest. Yeah. I'm talking about, like, a lot of these have, like, organics and common ores at +0, so mining here is not going to be super profitable. But, yeah, if I have a planet with, like, volatiles and some, like, plus, you know, a positive bonus on, like, rare ores, then, yeah, that can be pretty good. Do you think big or small fleets are better at to learn the game? I think small fleets. I think it's better to... Because I think if you just, like, expand your fleet too fast, it's very easy to have a bunch of ships that aren't necessarily contributing too much, but they are eating supplies and fuel. It's better to focus on... I think the game is a lot more manageable if you focus on, like, a smaller fleet and make sure that the ships are good quality. Unless you go for, like, derelict operations, in which case, if you go down the industry tree and grab derelict operations, then it's just gonna grab whatever, I guess. But that's like a specific playstyle. Oh, 13 days until arrival. Wait. I thought it was 13 days until they leave. Oh. Well, I guess I might... If there's not a gate here, I'll probably reload and just use the gate that I just found. Please have a gate. Fuck. Alright, well, we'll have to get this mining station, or this research station later. Gate. Which I guess is not that bad, because we can just come back straight to this gate. So it's not like we're losing too much progress in our exploration. Okay. Drop that off, drop that off. Open market, we sell these. Sell that. And that. So all that. Much better. And then open market. No. Storage. Drop all of this. Open market, sell the blueprints. Much better. Is there any place that I want to drop off these colony items, though? I don't think I have another... Yeah, most of these are habitable, so I can't actually use the second mantle bore. This one, I am building a second one, so I gotta remember to do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go drop that off now, so I don't forget. And Diable Avionics will be here in 16 days. You done Diable Avionics fleet only playthrough? No, I haven't done that. Constantinople. Anyone had issue where invasion fleet time accuracy would act like washing machines due to slipstreams? Not quite. I mean, I've seen them get delayed by a few days, but usually not by a... It's usually not that far off. Give Quedes the lamp. And rate the spaceport stat. Making some bank, brother. Oh, wait, do I have a lamp? No. I only have Hypershunt tap. Yeah, now we're making a lot of money. See, there's places I can upgrade, right? Yeah, you I'm going to leave alone. This place, orbital station, midline. And queue up ground defenses as well. So that's you. You're about to finish the station. You've already got that. So I'm going to start upgrading this when it's finished. 24%. Yeah, this one's already at 50%. Okay, now we're going to go back through the gate. Oh, you're right. Yeah, there it is. It's right next to the Hypershunt tab. My bad. No, actually, I was baiting you guys. You just got tricked. I was farming engagement. I totally wasn't just blind. You got pranked. Please believe me. Well, anyways. You ever talk to someone like that? Where it's like anytime it's like not even a big, it's like things that aren't even a big deal. They'll just be like they'll just never admit anything mistake they made. It has to be like some kind of prank or a bait. I don't know, those people are weird. It's like, bro, it's so you don't have to. It's like you don't have to do this every single time. Like the first time it was funny, but like really everything. Okay. Nortia and Agrius are the best lamp planets? Are you sure? Although, yeah, I guess it's too late to give it to Kanta at this point. Projecting? Them or me? Because I am a king at projecting. I project all the time. Currently in system. Well, let's go deal with that. I hope we're not too late. The silliest run moth person run. Wait. Are they getting mobbed? Bro, what? Didn't it say that they had superior forces? Didn't it say that they were going to win? And then they just got demolished by the patrols? Are you sure? Okay. Well, good job, everyone. Excellent work. Promotions all around. Giving it to Kanta is a bad idea because Kanta's den doesn't even have enough accessibility to even import most of the volatiles it needs for the lamp. Yeah, I think the idea with Kanta's den is that you manually transport them yourself. Although, at this stage in the game, that is a bit of a... feels like a bit of a errand, wouldn't it? Wait, you're telling me I found 2 weapons cache in that system, and there's a third one still out there? Huh. At this point, yeah. I should probably just not do it to Kantas and do it to someone who can import it so I can make money from my colonies instead, passively. Tank, I'm not sure what that means, but yes. Blind man funny. Why is there an LP venture in Elite Patrol? It is pretty sus. Well, let's go visit this hellhole. That's a good idea, Petcha Hamster. It's like just make sure your stability is low so that the pirates are harassing you, and don't resolve the pirate crisis. That way, the pirates will deal with the expeditions for you. Well, that didn't work. Whatever. Research station, go. Paladin, Perdition. Sure. Anything else? No. Nothing new. I mean, it was okay. As far as stations go. Let me go over to Cilia, the silliest of the planets. Is Combat Shatter save compatible? It might be. Having combat updates from the Goongler might be... I don't know, that might be too much for the average person. But we could try it. Hello! First time I actually managed to catch the stream on time. Wow. Good to see you, Andre. Yes. We might... Let's see, there's not much left that I want to do right now. Because I did get all of those items. I guess I could... So what planets were you guys saying? Should I give the lamp? Arcadia? Possibly. Karas? Oh, it is save compatible. Very nice. Citadel Arcadia. Do they have enough accessibility? Well, they have volatiles there. If I give them a lamp, that'd be a bit odd. Nortian Ilm. They have +2 volatiles. Locally. Do they just not produce enough? Save it for the planet with all the mining resources and build Stanford there, maybe? Oh yeah, I guess it would counteract the cold planet, wouldn't it? It would. I guess we'll go home for now. Where's the nearest gate? Chew? You know what? I've got plenty of fuel and supplies. Let's explore a little. Oh, wait, yeah, not Milne. I mean, they don't make enough volatiles anyway, but Norte produces nothing. Okay. Did you give Kanta 1,000 lobster? I think I gave her money. I just threw money at her. Go away. Here's money. Which is fitting, because that works in real life, too. If someone gave me money, I would go away. Lobster. Cash, of course. What do we get? Thunder Blueprint, alright. That is Persian League material. League approved. Ferries. Go away. Ooh. Hello. That's going to be worth visiting. Time for dessert. This kind of sucks, but we'll... ores, I guess. Looks like there's a whole lot of nothing. Do exploration. Let's see. Yeah. I think I'm going to clear out this corner. And then I'll have no reason to come back out here. Unless I find a gate and a good colony in the same system. Your statement about the go away was super timed. Was it? +2, +2, +2. Well, well, well. Extreme cold. I mean, we could colonize the system in theory. Because the lamp would counter the cold. And tectonics ain't that bad. You can't... you know what? I think you can use a... Yeah, you can use a mantle bore here. Although, unfortunately, it doesn't technically have no atmosphere, so you can't do like a synchrotron core. But the nice thing about this kind of planet is that you wouldn't actually need to grow it. You could leave it at size 3 and it would be fine. Because the mining output with a mantle bore would be so high that you don't really need to increase the size. And the other industries wouldn't be super good because you can't use the items. There's a lot of pirates out here today. Man, I'd like to find some more vast ruins so I can at least get something in the first month. Some ships I don't want, that's fine. Okay, more ships. But they're not midline, so we're gonna pass. Somebody just finished ground defenses. Not you. Not you. So it must be you. Yeah, we can use our money to upgrade that to a proper battle station. Does look like there's a shipping disruption here. 2 supplies, 2 armaments. The stability is going to be way down, which hurts our income. Annoyingly. Yeah, it's bad enough to the point that canceling Freeport will actually help. But if I get it... Yeah, if I use stockpiles... Okay. I should probably just be stockpiling enough stuff to keep these online. Because with commerce and decivil population and free port, we've got a lot of penalties. And so we really need these buildings to stay online. Even if it costs us a bit in stockpiles, that'll be fine. Mining station. Administrator. Why is there an administrator on the mining station? Check. Check Arcadia. Well, let's check you right onto this place. Excellent. Oh, Terran Eccentric. There it is. It's a Prometheus, but I don't need it. Wait, that was it for an extensive ruins? Really? Wow. Okay. That was not a lot. Let's get our nap away. In the name of the Persian League, I reactivate you. I think that's everything in this system. Telos, here we come. Not a bad system if you're still with the crazy cryovolcanic mining world. I'll head out for now. Had a blast watching. Till next time. I'll see you later, John. John Mandrake. Nice. Oh, gate. Lovely. That'll make it a lot faster getting home. I wonder if... How would you guys feel about, like, a run where I go through and scan every planet in the galaxy? Would that be palatable to the audience? It's not super exciting, but it is kind of relaxing. And you find loot, so it's kind of rewarding. Danger. What's with these guys at Star 1 Danger deciding that they can fight me? Go away. Another extensive ruins. You don't say. Yes, explore Apogee run. Could make it a Q&A stream of some kind. Yeah, I guess so. Focusing more on, like, engaging with chat while kind of passively just exploring. I could see that. Which is silly because we can already ask you questions. That's true, but if you put Q&A in the title, it makes it special. What is this? Gryphon. Siphon and Gryphon. I think I'll just buy those. I don't need to spend a story point. Pirate fleet only in raid industry? That could be fun. How many planets? Let's see. Black hole. Yeah, these three systems. And then I'll come back to this gate. And I'll never have to worry about this corner again unless I want to colonize here, which I probably don't need to. All things considered. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, that's already upgrading. Let's get a midline station here. Line them up right in the mid. I'd rather see a run where you can only fight with civilian hulls and combat freighters. I mean, if the Atlas Mark II counts, because it is civilian hull, You know what would be funny? I think the Atlas Mark II combined with the Prometheus, not even the Prometheus Mark II, just the regular Prometheus, could actually be good, because the regular Prometheus is tanky. And then the Atlas Mark II, as long as it's got a solid front line, it can put out good DPS. That would be interesting. Well, apparently there's like nothing here. There's probably some like weapons cache in the outer reaches, but I'm not going to go looking for it. Do a pirate run. Yeah. Maybe the next one. We could do that. Plus 2 volatiles, but this thing has a billion hazard rating. 275? No thanks. Although I guess, right, if it's extreme cold and poor light, both of these would be countered by a lamp, so it'd only be 200. You know, only in quotation marks there. Guys, what if the lamp is actually good? What if I want to use it for myself, instead of giving it to the core worlds? Mining station. Of course there is. Unconventional ships run. But yeah, I think that's the kind of the idea behind a, like a pirate run or a civilian ship run. Although I guess really you'd probably do both at the same time, right? Pirate ships and civilian ships. Mix them together. Beat a conquest with a venture. Yeah, I mean the conquests are usually, the AI ones are usually not very good. And the venture does have fast missile racks with 2 medium missile mounts. So yeah, we're talking about like a run where I use things like ventures. That could happen. Oh, we're actually hitting our cargo capacity. Look at that. Just dump all the fuel. Or the food, not the fuel. We need the fuel. Yeah, the pirate fleet, wondering how that pirate fleet is burning in with a bunch of S mods instead of D mods. Yes. Oh, what is this? D-mod run with second in command. Does second in command have any skills with D-mods? I'm not familiar with all of them. Venture with all hammers is pretty OP in the early game. I don't think you gotta do hammers. Like, hammers are definitely fun, but you can, I think, kind of any missiles, really. Any burst damage missiles. So, like, maybe not literally any missiles, because, like, I think breaches and swarmers, probably not. But if it's, like, anything that does burst damage, the Venture's gonna crush a lot of early game stuff. Because it can just fire them off with fast missile racks. Yeah, Improv Exo has something for safety overrides as well. Okay. Piracy and Improv. Interesting. This is the one with the gate, right? Yes. Let's go home. Would make an interesting roleplay. Yeah, I think it would be kind of... Maybe a roleplay run with second in command could work, because you can run... The piracy... The improv and piracy are both very fitting for that kind of thing. We'll see. Alright, so let's look at the exploration. Yeah, we've explored this entire corner. And we did find a few things. Found some loot. I think it's time to go home. Might have to look through the planet list to see if we can find something for fuel production. Because I also want it to have no atmosphere. So synchrotron core, nope. Okay. Yeah, definitely not that. Is there no... There's no option for, like, a gate-in system, is there? I guess I just have to click on them and check. So that's no. Number 2. No. Number 3. No. Number 4. No, none of these have gates. Yeah, volatiles on a no-atmosphere planet, they pretty much always come with trace. The lowest of the low. But being able to feed the volatiles on the same planet is nice for preventing like shipping disruptions. And it's so rare to have like volatiles and... Man. I don't think I found even a single one. No, wait, there is one. Okay, yeah. This one. Trace volatiles and abundant ore. Darkness could be counted. Darkness and extreme cold could be counted. 325 hazard rating, my god. But, yeah, 2 of these could be counteracted by lamp. Lamp. So it'd actually be 225. Extreme tectonic activity does kind of suck, but not much you can do about it. Let's see, I've got some alpha cores. Let's... Megaport? Or have I put it already in these megaports? This one, yes. This one, no. I think I want to hold on to one alpha core just in general. And if I'm going to assign the other one, then I think it should be at the... What's it called? Stalingrad. Is no atmo and plentiful volatiles rare by design? I think so. I think if you want good volatiles, it's pretty much always from gas giants or from cryovolcanic worlds. And that's probably because those planets don't really have any other value besides that. That's like the only thing they've got going for them. Yeah, I've already learned all of these. Sell that. Storage, drop that off. We can sell that, yes. Sell a bunch of these. I think... Guess I'll hold on to the volatiles. I don't mind. Why is the stability 3 on New Stanton? Alright, I didn't cancel the free port, that's why. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I should be using heavy machinery as stockpiles. Yeah, I guess I'll turn off Freeport for now. That's what I'll do. I'll turn off Freeport, open up Stalingrad again, or New Stanton, turn it back on. Now it's back at 5. Okay, that's good enough for now. I think it'll get a lot better once Stanistan gets a proper military base. But it is going to take many, probably a few cycles before this grows to size 6. Alright, I think that's a good place to call it for today. It's about a little over 4 hours. We've built up the fleet with the best conquest build the game has ever seen. We've expanded aggressively. We've even colonized Sokon. I think that's a good place to call it. Thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. And I'll see you again next week. Lobster.